Smith. I'm the Director of Facilities Design and Construction for Baltimore City Public Schools.
Bob Wilkins. Oh, go
You
ahead.
have to turn those things on.
I'm pretty sure that one's on. Let's start that way. Bob Wilkinson, Director of Maintenance and Operation for Frederick County Public Schools.
Chris Parts, AIA Maryland.
Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities for Anne Arundel County Public Schools.
Jim Rosapep, State Senator from Prince George's and Anne Arundel.
And Elliot Schoen, also the Attorney General.
I'm Christine Chanel with the IAC, Aviation Street.
Could you all, beginning over there with Michael, just work around the room?
This is the live stream. Jamie Bridges.
Rick Mason, Maryland State Department of Education.
Alex Donahue, Program Manager with the IAC.
Zach Hans, Assistant to Dr. Sam at MSD.
All right. Thank you. And David, you need to spend some time talking to Mr. Wilkinson here, Frederick County. I believe, I recognize him as being an absolute leader in the way that facility management occurs within the state. And he would like to meet you. I think he might even invite you to something if you're real nice to him. Well, so we'll get started. I wanted to review the format and goals. The agenda says for our final two meetings, my email was clarified that we hope this is the final two meetings, but they don't have to be. We want you to get to a point where you are comfortable making recommendations. I'll say this again a couple of times as we go forward. Our recommendations are, number one, for the legislative requirements, but number two, they will be a parking lot of items that you're recommending to go forward that maybe the funding subcommittee would look at, maybe the legislature would look at directly, but we want to record some of your ideas. Denise, thank you for being with us.
Danielle.
Danielle.
That's okay.
Danielle from Somerset County.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, yeah.
I apologize for being late.
No, that's quite all right. Kathleen, could you introduce yourself real quick? Sorry to rush you.
No problem. Kathleen Sherrill with AIA.
Thank you. And then Cassandra has gone down to run the copies of the legislative mandate so that we can hand those out again and have them all in front of us. Because one of the big questions is, Senator just asked me, what specifically is the funding work group to work on that will begin sometime soon, maybe in the next month or two. We intended to have the assessment done with some results that they could chew on. I believe that that applies to some of the requirements of the legislation. We'll look at it and talk about it. But there is plenty of other work that they can consider that, and some of it that will come from this work group. We want to summarize the overall findings of and recommendations that you've made. They are in this matrix that you have in front of you. And this would have been from the January 4th meeting. Just real quickly, what we have done is underline the changes that we believe you made at the last meeting, so that we can verify that indeed you did, as well as the strikeouts. And then we may have some cleanup recommendations in some of these areas, and we will go through those one by one. But that's the general format where we work from what we believe we already have agreement on and then move forward to the next step. The work group members are encouraged to pose any outstanding questions, so we don't want this to be limited to what we have discovered and talked about already. Again, that's why if we need to have additional meetings, we will. But if we don't, we'd like to wrap up so that we can make our reports and move on. So with all that, we'll go ahead and get started unless somebody has some additional comments and just work from the matrix from the last meeting. All right. In your package, just to keep us all focused again, at our first kickoff meeting, we agreed that this was the context that we want a statewide portfolio of school facilities that are educationally effective and fiscally sustainable. Ed Specs is in the middle of this. But then the ed specs are something where we have grabbed everything from the operation and ownership of our facilities, of using our facilities to educate children, taken all that information, pull it all together and build ed specs so that we can hand that document over to the design professional, and the design professional follow that in order to produce what we as the owner need to have. It's going to last for 30 years, probably the first major renovation, and maybe 50 or 100 years in total life. Greetings, Dick.
Good morning, sorry I'm late.
Good morning, that's fine. So we're just getting started, and if we could get maybe Alex and Fred up, and we'll start on the first page of our matrix and pick up where we left off. Morning, Brian. Plenty of spaces wherever you like. Make sure your mics are on, please.
Good morning, all. As we move forward through our review of the work group's content in the first and third areas, we'd like to focus on how the state is supporting LEAs in building educationally effective and fiscally sustainable facilities. And over the course of the last few months, we all heard from multiple stakeholder inputs that although the state has often, the state has funded LEAs for support of school facilities, the LEAs have given input that the state does not fund as much space as the LEAs may want to build, and that the maximum gross area allowances in the state regulations needed to be looked at and reviewed. And so as we work towards right-sizing school facilities, we have proceeded with the process that has taken a number of months and has brought forward the draft state funding participation baselines so that state funding is supported by analysis that shows that we are reaching for the spaces that support the programs that are required for delivering to meet state requirements. Fred and his team from MSDE have been doing a huge amount of work to work with LEAs and pull together the information that supports the baselines. And we have, as we have presented previously, we want to make sure that we have pulled together all the input we can from this work group as well as the LEAs on the development of these SFPBs, state funding participation baselines. And in your packets, you will see we have the, let's see here, I just want to make sure, pointing folks to the
You're right after the matrix.
Didn't get
after
numbers
the
on
end
these,
of
I
it.
apologize.
attached to the matrix, you will see the state funding participation baselines, which look like this.
It's got a graph on it.
You'll see a chart with, there are 3 pages. The first page is for elementary schools. Second page is for middle schools. Third page for high schools. And
Could I
Yes, please.
just quickly put a little context on this? The state, with the CIP program, has used the standard gross square foot per student. We've discussed it some at our previous meetings. It's a calculation of the total number of students that are in that school, the grades that are being served, and it's a calculus that you use that metric to determine what the gross square foot that the state is going to participate in. There was concern, hence the legislation, number 1 on the concern was about MSDE's being, design standards being requirements. And in the Knott Commission, there was a concern that while we had one standard for funding, we had other standards that were bigger than that the funding wouldn't cover. And so we've been working this from two parts, and that is to determine what exactly is needed in a school as far as square footages. So we've been looking at these guideline square footages, and that's what we're going to talk about, because the old system, the old standard has steps in it which were hard to navigate if you came close to one of those cliffs in designing a school. And then concurrently, we've gone and looked at all of the Department of Education guidelines and determined that they were suggestions and not requirements. So we've put these together, and that's why we've wrapped subjects 1 and 3 together in this discussion. And we will explain how we've tried to advance this then as we move forward. Thanks.
Sure.
Good morning, Senator. Senator Ferguson. Sorry.
And so in the work group matrix, you will see the draft recommendations listed as 1, 2, and 3. The first is that the IAC adopt the revised maximum gross area allowances proposed by the IAC staff and consider converting them into state funding participation baselines. And the key in this really is these baselines have been developed through an analysis into the spaces required for delivering the state-required educational programs in elementary schools, middles, and high schools. And you can see on the charts that the existing black line shows the current maximum gross area allowances, that is the level of state funding participation currently in place, and that our recent analyses have found that the space required to deliver the educationally sufficient program spaces is a little bit higher in all 3 cases, elementary, middle, and high. And you can see there's a little bit of variation between the 3, but the space analysis has brought us to the conclusion that these would be the outer boundaries of size in which the state should participate. But the key innovation here is that it will allow for a variance process in which LEAs can also present data on utilization of spaces that shows that if they need additional square footage for specific purposes for delivering certain educational programs, they can show that, and on a case-by-case, the IAC would be able to grant variances and add additional square footage to what the state funds.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes, Senator.
Am I on?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it, that if you want more space paid for by the state, you can come in and get a variance. In line with my continuing concerns about overbuilding schools, it would seem like this creates an incentive for people to design up to the line, because if you design below the line, you'll get less state money. Is that the way this works?
Currently, Senator, you're correct. That is exactly how that would work. Pragmatically, there are rarely schools that are built to the line, except those schools that have lower wealth and are simply unable to do so, to build to. They are not able to go above. I would say throughout the state.
I'm sure everybody comes in to where the state money's going to come from. That's my point.
Well, they come in 10, 15, 20% more. Yes,
That's my point.
yes.
So maybe the solution is our old friend cost per student, to incentivize them to come in below the line. Because I'm just concerned that when you say, if you build this big, we'll give you the money. If you build smaller, we won't give you the money. The incentive is to spend all the money.
Later in this discussion, we're going to talk about the incentive side of the equation. The purpose of the studies that we have done, as well as going and looking at samples of schools and visiting schools to see whether they are working or not. And those that were built smaller, we found are working just fine, on your point, that are within what we are recommending. To go below that, I think, may require additional innovation, that we don't have it. Well, exactly. We don't have that to go look at to see whether it's working or not, because it's not there. So possibly that can be incentivized.
But I think that it's also recognizing that going above the line recognizes that any jurisdiction is going to incur those costs continually every year to maintain and operate those facilities. So to that end, it's in their best interest to try to keep that, at or below the line.
But that's not really how it works.
I,
In real life, people maximize the state money and then keep spending.
I don't know, maybe the LEAs can speak to that, but
Okay, all right.
Well, I think on both of your points, sometimes it's not intentional, even if you have reduced student populations, where you have more asset than you can afford to take care of. All of
Take care of it, and
all
they
of the
run down.
schools start to become
That's
run
the way
down.
the school systems are. I mean, that's the problem.
Yes.
Okay, well, let me ask you one more question on this, which is the chart on the high schools goes down very little based on size. Is that just because we're assuming all the bells and whistles for like every high school in the state?
What we found in looking at high schools was that as the student population grew, a lot of the larger spaces, particularly in the area of CTE offerings, also tended to increase with the size of the student population, so we weren't getting quite the economies of scale with high schools that we got in the lower grades, because the program offerings that expand tended to be in areas that take up more space.
What data is this based on?
Senator, could you, because we're trying to be transparent on all this and recording,
Turn my thing on again?
and we're passing out big pieces of paper that push us away from the mic. Yeah, if you can just
sorry.
lean forward when you're talking.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That'd be great. Thank you.
What is the data set for these charts?
There's two data sets, a survey of buildings that have been constructed in the past 20 years or so, and space tally sheets, which we can share. Again, we didn't include them in this handout today, that outline what types of classroom and program spaces we would expect to see in a comprehensive high school to deliver the content needed to meet the credit requirements and range of program offerings.
In that material, we went over in the first meeting, and there is a record on our website of that material.
Okay, but just conceptually, so this is basically on projections based on MSD ed specs.
No,
I think that's what he just said.
Now, I said it's based on two things. It's based on
Are
looking
they
at high
average?
school.
Is 50% of it one and 50% the other? Or is it like, we looked at it and then we made a judgment?
It's based on looking at high schools that have been,
Existing ones.
Existing
With
ones.
the cost when they were approved by the IAC.
this did not look at costs.
I didn't mean cost, I meant space.
Space,
I meant space. When they were approved.
Yes. And recent ones that have been built, we did visits, again, to see how they were working. A recent visit was to the new Frederick High School, which was built to state square foot per student, or very close to it, and the feedback from the
What was the weighting of the historical data versus the projected data?
the projected data was to confirm the historical data, and then site visits and
I see, so it was really
interviews were
judgment
to
calls.
further confirm
It was
that.
really judgment calls, is what it sounds like. The only reason I raise, then I'll stop on this issue, is having been involved in the detailed, whatever you call it, design process for a major new high school in my district, way oversized, way over-designed for in exactly this way. And that's what freaks me out about this line is, and I mean, I've visited a lot of high schools, I've seen a lot of different ways you do high schools, and they vary all over the map. It's not one size fits all. And I'm concerned that this will, again, incentivize people to grossly overspend on high schools.
Senator, on that
Okay.
point, maybe it would be possible on the example you're citing to know what the population is and the square foot per student so that we could just look to see where it would lie in
fine.
relationship to this proposal.
But it's High Point High School. 4 years ago, we went through the process, hadn't been funded yet, because we don't have money, because we over-designed.
Okay, maybe Arabia, could you follow up on that and bring that
That'd be great. That'd be
information
great. It'd be
back?
interesting
That
to
would
see
be
where
good
it
for
fits
us
in.
to put a
Thank you.
dot on here.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob,
Yes?
I'd just like to ask a question in line with the senator's points. I'd be interested in understanding why, for example, high school square footage per student does not decrease significantly with a large increase in the number of students. It makes no sense to me logically that if you go from 800 students to 2,400, the allocable square footage goes from 160 to 155.
It's true, and if you look at it compared to elementary schools, for instance, that really drop a lot, depending on scale. Alex or Fred?
Yeah, and essentially the center of that issue is that in the high schools, the program offerings expand considerably with the enrollment gains. And what we've seen is that LEAs do offer considerably more programs, and the programs that are offered, the additional programs that are offered, often tend to be the space, often tend to require considerable additional space. And Fred can give examples of that.
Yeah, and the basic thing that happens is the CT offerings expand with the student population, and you often are getting the more space-intensive CT offerings, auto, building trades at the larger high schools. So that's why you don't see the space economies of scale that you might expect. Because we were somewhat surprised by that ourselves, and that did prompt additional looking at existing high schools. Our projections were running well below anything that was actually built out in the world, and we questioned ourselves, and in delving further into those schools, the difference was the range and space intensiveness of CTE offerings.
Senator, and let me just say that that's why we looked at the most efficient schools throughout the state and saw what they were, and then went back and ran these models where we tried to stack the educational programs within them and maximize the utilization just to test what we were seeing. You have a comment, and I'm wondering if any of the planners or architects at the table might have comments. Senator.
Yeah, I mean, that cannot be true. I've visited CT programs all over the state. There are a handful of them that take additional space. Most of them do not take additional space. Most places do not have auto programs. Most of them do not have plumbing programs. I'd like to have more. I believe this model, conceptually, because it's not data-based, is based on if everybody had an auto program, if everybody had a plumbing program. I think that's a fundamental fallacy, and it goes to his point. It cannot be the case that you have this huge difference based on CT, point number one. Point number two is, my guess is, and I know this from having gone through the process, is the process drives people to say, we ought to have a little bit of everything everywhere, which is a terribly inefficient use of space. And I think that needs to be considered before anybody adopts anything like these formulas, because I think it'll waste money, and therefore will build fewer buildings faster and fix fewer buildings faster. I mean, that's the fundamental issue here. And I think it's based on a big fallacy, and I think his common sense point is absolutely correct. This cannot be true.
Kathleen?
I think I have questions more of response. So what I would want to know is, I'm looking at this number of 2,400 students. How many schools in the state of Maryland have 2,400 schools, have 2,400 students?
Several in my district.
With several in comparison to?
No, I just know, I just know there are several in my
Speak into
district.
your
Oh,
mic,
I'm
please,
sorry.
Kathleen.
What's several in compared to the ones that have 1,200 students? Several, is that two? Or is that-
No, I don't think I have one in the surrounding area in northern Prince George County that has less than 2,000. Maybe there may be one that has 1,900.
Okay. So.
But other places may be different. I'm just talking about my own district.
I'm just, the reason I'm asking the question is because it seems to me that anything above 2,200 is like not the norm. Is that a fair statement?
Well, one of mine is 2,800.
But that's not the norm.
No.
The norm is probably somewhere around, what, 1,800?
I have no idea.
But I'm asking that question. The reason I'm asking that question is because I'm trying to understand that perhaps the schools that have the larger amount were built for larger amounts because they're attracting, they're in other words, they're district-wide schools that are attracting people to special programs that only occur at those schools.
So the
not
number
true
of
in my district.
programs is directly related to the number of students because they have to fund the teachers as well. Smaller high schools don't offer the same number of programs, and from what I can see, there's some research that doesn't support that the more programs, the better.
Absolutely. there isn't.
But that's a local choice. That's a local decision. So what these models look at is a minimum of 85% utilization of each of the spaces. So it kind of doesn't matter as we look at these models how many programs are being offered. It may be a separate space for the program, but it has to be utilized 85% of the time to be considered. And as we would look at projects that are being, and we hope that everybody would, as you're looking at projects, 85% is a good target for a middle and high school. We want to try to approach 100% at elementary schools because you're not moving children around between programs. So this model is built first upon what we actually see with schools that have been built. You're right. Not schools of all these sizes have been built, so we do some projecting. And with those projections, we look at what the use would be and the number of programs that might be provided at a school that size. Yes, Dick?
Bob, in looking at what you just referred to in the number of programs, to what extent is multiple use of space considered in relation to programs, the number of programs and/or their ability to share the same space?
This model would require it. You would not, because you have to have a minimum of 85% utilization of all of the spaces at the facility to begin with. Welcome, Delegate. And welcome, Delegate Chang. So and I'm not saying that the high schools that are being built do that. If they are building spaces that are unique, that's why we have some that are 10, 15, 20% bigger at square footage than what we would allocate currently with the system. Frederick is an example of one that was at 85% and fit within the state model currently. And as we walk around and look at the planners, there was questions about, wow, those are tight classroom spaces. But at that school, and correct me anytime I'm wrong, Bob, at that school, a 735 square foot classroom where another high school might have built 900, they did that so that they could use that square footage for breakout spaces and their culinary arts program. That's a unique program. But those programs have to be utilized at a high rate in order to meet that overall facility expectation of 85%. And planners or senator? Yes.
Oh, sorry, Tim.
I just wanted to share, I know that we've done, my office has done like 3 career and tech focused high schools. I'll have to get the data, but if you think about what they're trying to do, they're trying to replicate job situations and providing job skills for students learning, whether it's an auto shop, cosmetic, cosmetology, baking, other conditions that are going to consume through equipment and space needs are going to consume more space than putting kids in a classroom conventionally. I can get the data together and bring that back to the committee, but it makes perfect sense to me that if we're trying to provide job skills and work-related conditions for the students to be skilled and come out with appropriate skills, that's going to require additional space.
Senator.
Thank you. I guess I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. That so the elementary school makes a lot of sense to me. It looks like there's about 40, maybe a little under 40, 35 square feet difference between smallest to biggest. But middle and high, I mean, we're really talking about the difference of 10 square feet per child. And I'm wondering whether this includes an auditorium or gymnasium, because I'm trying to think about the square footage of a, if one doesn't have a gymnasium or the other one does have a gymnasium, that's essentially what accounts for the difference.
High school includes both auditorium and a gymnasium. Middle school, there's no auditorium.
And do you know what the average size is for a gymnasium and auditorium, square footage of a,
The
generally?
high school gym, what we allow is, or what we modeled on is 10,000 square feet for the gym.
So essentially, if you take away a gymnasium, that accounts for all of the differentiation between the smallest high school and the largest high school. In
no.
this line, I mean, if it's
I hear what
10
you're saying.
square feet
All the
and
high schools
1,000
do have gyms, but yes, at a very large high school, you would also have an auxiliary gym, which is another large space. So the spaces are kind of
So, I mean, but
blocky, for lack of a
actually,
better
that makes
term.
even more sense. I mean, the auxiliary gym, then, let's call that 8,000 square feet. I mean, that accounts entirely for the differentiation between the 800 student school and the 2,400 student school. Is that?
Can I add to that? Because that's almost exactly what my thinking was, taking CTE out of the equation.
Yeah.
I started thinking about scheduling. A lot of times the high schools are more of a block schedule. So I imagine when you get to 2,400 kids, for them all to satisfy the PE requirements, health requirements, you're probably going to have an auxiliary gym and auxiliary, big volume spaces. So that might account for this more level versus elementary school, to your point, may have a CAFA gymnatorium and they have 7 periods in a day. So as they get larger, scheduling isn't a challenge, and there's not as many requirements in sports and things like that. So I'm on a broader stroke if we take CTE out of the equation, because that is largely a local decision. And even beyond CTE, you've got dual enrollment and AP classes and, different specials that they may offer. That's sort of a,
So
I agree with the senator, that shouldn't be driving the square footages. That should be a luxury, for lack of a better word, if the county, if locally they want to build bigger for those reasons. I don't think we should be driving that.
I'm going to wait. I really disagree
Might
with what you just
okay,
said.
I'm disagreeing. Okay.
Well,
I was agreeing with you for once.
I really disagree with that.
I just want to make
it's
sure,
luxury.
the reason that I bring this up is exactly, we're spending a lot of time on the square foot per student, and fundamentally, actually, like, the bigger question is, do they have an auxiliary space or not? That's really the,
Senator, I just want to restate the purpose of this. The purpose of this is so that we have something reasonable, we want to call right size, because before this point, before reestablishing these square foot per students, we're at the place right now where the LEAs believe that it's unreal, so why bother to look hard at this? We're not going to get enough state money anyway. And what we would like is for this to be a more real number based upon the information that we have. So it may not be right forever. If there were incentives in place that would continually question the square footage, then this could change over time.
But this is the number that if we go to the incentive model that we've been talking about.
Yes.
This is the number you would.
Yes.
That's why it's a big deal.
Yes.
A couple things. One is, if the high school numbers are right, which I sincerely doubt, that certainly reinforces the old Gates Foundation drive for small high schools. Because clearly this indicates there really aren't economies of scale in big high schools from a building point of view. That's like a big, if true, that should drive us to build a lot more smaller high schools, which we're not doing. So that's a major strategic policy issue. I want to come back to CTE for a minute, because I, of all people, do not believe CTE is a luxury. I don't believe dual enrollment is a luxury. I believe they're core, and in Kerwin, they're absolutely core. The intent in Kerwin is that we maximize the number of kids, 65% CCR by the end of 10th grade in 2030, and maximizing all those kids, is the way Kerwin would like it, are either in International Baccalaureate, AP, dual enrollment, or robust CTE. So we got to design our high schools to meet the Kerwin goals. So I don't want to throw CTE on the bus, but from seeing the data, from visiting lots of schools, our vision of CTE is blue collar. It's the auto shop, it's the plumbing shop. It's some of that takes some extra space. That's not where most CTE kids are. That's not where most CTE kids are going to be. Most are in white collar. They're in graphic arts. They're in finance. They're in things you only need a regular classroom. You may need some special equipment. You need a computer if you're doing graphic design, but your computer can be on your desk. So to me, it is a great myth that to get to where we need on CT, right now we only have 23% of our high school graduates completing a CT. The state goal is to get to 45%. We got to double. We got to really scale up CT. But we cannot scale it up by building a lot of extra space that we don't need. A kid can only be in one seat at one time. It's the maximization of space. It's not designing, oh, I need a little bit of extra space here to take kids out of the class. I need to take a little space here to that's what leads to these big numbers. Leave it there.
So,
Senator, on that point, if all of our schools in the state today were built to this new recommendation that we have in front of us, we would be in a far better position as far as the age of our facilities, because we would have conserved more money that we could spend on keeping them up and renewing them as we go. So this will be a stretch goal. This square footage would be a major stretch goal for us.
Understanding the chart.
Yeah.
I thought the orange line or the
That's
gold
right.
line, whatever it is,
Yeah.
is generally higher than the dark line. I thought the dark line was current.
So maybe what would be helpful is to us to bring back what we presented earlier, because the reality is the schools that are being built are way above this orange line.
But
That's what's missing from the discussion
I know
currently.
that. That's why we cap the cost per student. But the way the current system works, the way the current system works, correct me if I'm wrong, the dark line is what we fund today.
Yes.
it's
So
what the
if-
state participates in.
That's what I mean.
But the LEAs are routinely building
I know that.
much higher
I
than
know
that.
that.
Yes.
Which I think comes to your point that our current system has totally failed. Because we have this lines, mostly people don't pay any attention to it, in terms of keeping down costs. So really, all these recommendations is let's move up the line and see if it does any better.
We want to be real about what the number is so that it's not ignored.
Why would it be ignored anyway?
If we have to have if we're going to have incentives,
Okay.
it needs to have
Okay.
a target
But
that's
that's
real.
why
Right.
We're
And this is really only part one of the
fair
discussion that
enough. I
we're
got
going to
it.
get
Thank
to, and really, sort of the power is in the incentives that we will be hitting
Got
in
it. I'm
Section
with you.
C. So,
I'm with you.
one of the things I want to quickly cover here is that we've been working with one of the LEAs around a specific school project that has been proposed, and this utilization calculator that is included in your packet, and it has the columns that are blue and green here, you can see, is an example of the utilization analysis that we have done in working with Caroline County to look at a proposed elementary school project. Caroline County had not built an elementary school like this for 35 years, so it was a very new process. They had a very special set of requirements because they have a very high English language learner population. They laid out here all the spaces, student service spaces that they needed to have, the sizes of the spaces, the number of students to be served, and calculated the utilization. You can see at the bottom of the blue and green columns the utilization in terms of seats and in terms of time in the week of utilization for those seats is 98 and 96% respectively. So one of the key things here was we actually we posed these difficult questions and really challenged Caroline County to come back and explain to us, show us with floor plans, furniture layouts, how are they using each of their spaces? How are they maximizing the use of the spaces, scheduling spaces so that they don't have downtime, so that they are using pull out and push in techniques within their classrooms to support their English language learners, provide the services needed for the students. And the analysis found that building a new facility would enable them to have a smaller facility than a renovation with an addition, and that they have a reduced total cost of ownership over the 30-year period by building the new facility to the specifications. And they, as we tested this model with Caroline County, we found that the square footage required for the very efficient and tight design and layout of this school was in fact higher than the existing state funding level shown by the black line on the curve. This actually confirmed our analysis for the elementary schools, and Fred, if you'd like to add any kind of points on that. This was one of the ways that we tested.
Could I, and let me
model.
give a little more context to this particular school as well. The IAC started going throughout the state and visiting potential projects this past summer so that we could have a real understanding of the problem that needed to be solved. This school had a number of portables that had been stacked out at the school because second language learners require individual learning. Not in the classroom. They found that to pull out students is important, but they also pull in, meaning that they have a teacher within the classroom that can take a few kids aside, and not just second language learners, so this is what's neat about their model, to give that additional attention within the classroom. But the number of spaces that they have was limited. That's why they added the portables. The school was built as an open classroom, essentially, and they had divided it up on students that were probably 28 or 30. So the spaces were either too big or what they had left over were closets that were too small. It was not an effective use of the space. Their initial intention was to put an addition on to add more classrooms, which would have been a really inefficient use of the space. So as we looked at it, we did the total cost of ownership calculation, and this is where, we'll talk more about it later on, is so important because the majority of the cost, the 30-year cost, is after the building is built, 55% on average. So for them, this particular school, to tear the old one down and build a new one with a smaller footprint is less expensive and more efficient because it is shaped in a way that kids don't have to travel so far between classes, and it works. Yet, as we began the design, and you're going status quo, building 800, 900 square foot classrooms, the square footage was really adding up. And they were going, holy mackerel, we can't get to this requirement. And there were some considerations and appeals to us beginning last October that second language learners should be looked at as special education students. Would have made the square footage even higher. It was going to become enormous. And we said, hold on, we can support you if this standard to the IEC, because there is an appeal process for Maryland 1 students. It's limited to that currently, and a few other boundaries. But we said, we can, but we're going to have to get to the facts. It's got to be concrete. And so we introduced them to a utilization of the spaces like this. And I know a lot of the LEAs may be doing this already, but to use it as a standard, the last elementary was 35 years ago, so it was new to them. It was new to Caroline County. And it was a struggle. It was a struggle for the architect because they were saying, well, hold it. They have 900 square foot classrooms over there. We need 900 square foot classrooms here, even though we only have 20 kids in them. And you'll see that, the size of these. And yet, where's the square footage going to come from? So they started paring down the spaces, laying out furniture within each of the classrooms to see, how can we make this work? And here's where they ended up. And in fact, it is still slightly higher than the old, but it's actually less than what we are proposing. So if the incentive program were to go forward, we'll talk about later, they could actually end up with additional savings back from the state. In the end, everybody wins because the project's going to be less expensive to own and operate, both for the state and the locals. But that's how this project, as an example, went through. And you've got to go through and test everything. Thank you.
Could I ask a question on this model?
Yes.
So as you went all through, so what is the cost per student? There are 818 students. What is your projected cost per student?
It varies considerably from project to project. There's
No, I'm
not
talking about this
standard.
project.
On this one?
That's what I missed. What is the cost per student on this one?
Let's see.
That's
Did
the
we
bottom line.
include that in the packet?
What is the total size of the school?
It's about 93,000 square feet. 92,939 is what we ultimately agreed on, which was about 2,600 square feet than the current model would have put them at, which would have been about 90,300.
So they're about 107 under the current design, which is, you could reduce the gym.
107 square feet per student.
Yeah, and
I
the
got
standard prior
113.
was 104 is our current standard. Our new standard would be 109, so they're a little lower than what we are proposing, a little above what it was, but it was a push. And some of the expectations, like the gym space, is 5,800 square feet
It's,
in multipurpose, so
yes.
in an elementary school, you could probably get away with 4,500, even 3,500 if you really, really wanted to, but it has multiple purposes. The purposes are for the community, and so all of these things play into this.
So what is the
and
cost?
both include adjustments for special education and cooperative use space.
What is the cost per student? Construction cost per student under your guidelines? That's my question.
Well, we could use our standard with site of $318 a square foot and do the math really quickly.
So
It'd be
318,
107
Times 90.
square foot per student.
I'm sorry?
107 times 318 with site.
Can do that fastest. Ryan can probably do it in his head.
Senator Roosevelt, we can bring that
$34,000
information.
a
We can
kid.
bring that back after lunch because
No,
because
I
we
got it
have
right here.
done it.
$34,000 a kid. It's $34,000 a kid, which is high.
Senator.
So just one of the points, and I just want to bring it up globally. The first thing that jumps out at me is this is a tiny, 20 kids per student. I imagine this is a teacher and an aide. There's six sections per grade. If they had gone, while it may be better on the cost side for the smaller classrooms for 6 sections per grade level, if they had gotten rid of one section per grade level and combined it and redistributed and gone up to 24 students per classroom, on the operating side, they're spending roughly $500,000 more per year to operate this school with 6 sections instead of 5 sections per class. And so I think it may save on the building cost side, but the annual operating side has jumped $500,000 a year because they have these smaller classrooms with 6 sections. And particularly when we're starting to think on the Kerwin conversation about reducing teacher load, if teachers are only going to be teaching 60% of their day and we're dropping 20% of their time for planning purposes, it means, I would say, we're not talking about $500,000, we're probably closer to $800,000 per year to operate this building in this configuration. So I get really anxious when we devoid sort of the operating side and the capital side. I understand the capital side, but this is, and it doesn't even look like, you look at their enrollment, I don't know if they have some sort of feeder system, but their K is at 114 and they're jumping up to 135 at 5th grade. I don't know what's happening where those kids are coming from, but it looks like it's the opposite.
Guatemala is where they're coming from.
Is it?
That's my county.
Oh, is it?
So
Okay.
I can give you guys, this isn't your typical school. About 45% of them are immigrant
population, 45% of the entire school population. 25%, they don't speak English at all. And so the others
that's why
are,
it was
the
smaller.
other, so between 25 and 45%, they're very limited English. So, so if we were to go, the next school that they'll end up building, because all the schools were built in the 1970s, so really they'll have like 4 schools that they're going to need to go back to back to back. But the very next school just south of that, I mean, you're looking at 10% immigrant. I mean, it's going to be your typical school. They're not going to need the extra space. They're going to be, we're going to be going within the guidelines of a typical school. So I had a bill in this year that would have added the extra space across the board, which I withdrew the bill because that would have, I mean, Bob, that would have driven up the cost considerably if we would have had every school across the state just at extra square footage for, these ELL schools. So what we did is we went through a process. And this is a process that actually works. So we're going to have these guys actually, drive this thing down to, every nail that goes into this building to try to find the most efficient way. And then they're going to look at each school individually and look at their special, each school's needs, and so every school's going to be different. I mean, our school was at 45% EL students, and some schools may only be 15 or 20%. So those needs are going to be different between one school and the next, and it gives the IAC the flexibility to drive this down and sort of treat each school differently, I guess.
Do you all have a local cap on your class size?
We don't. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if we do or not.
The Board of Ed policy in Caroline County is 20 students through
20.
third grade and 24 for fourth and fifth.
So
And
that would
that
be
was what
25.
the architects were tasked to design to. It's currently operating as a 6-round school, so the replacement was
Done. to that
designed
direction.
as a 6-round school. And part of our appeal was really understanding the uniqueness of this school in terms of the student needs and how exactly they deliver the program, including how it's staffed to deliver the program. Are the people actually there now, employed at the school to serve all the students, and then translating that into space needs while challenging the designers to make it work with as little additional space as possible. And it wasn't easy, but I believe we reached an agreement.
If we were to treated Greensboro Elementary School as if we would, like special education, if we would, as that bill had read, if we would have treated those exactly the same, and how much more space would it, and how much would it have added to the cost of that school? I mean, it would have been a big difference, right? If
Considering that the English learner population at Greensboro is, as you said, about a quarter of the students, by 200 students, that would have added an additional 10 or 12,000 square feet if we had treated English learner in terms of a differential the same way we treat special education. So that would have been a tremendous difference in square footage and in first and long-term cost.
Right. So it was very important to look at this uniquely, and I think we don't want to build a school that doesn't operate well, that doesn't do its job to support what needs to happen, and it's going to be different at every school, more than likely. Some are going to be more like another school, particularly within an LEA, but even as we've talked about before, as we move around the state from one area to the other, there are differences in what's going to be. The architect wanted to build this as a 5-round school, knowing the budget. And because the Board of Education wanted to have smaller classrooms, it actually would have cost more. It adds square footage.
In the capital,
On
but
the
not in
capital side.
in the operating, it's going to add $750,000
As
a
well.
year more.
Yes, so it would have been more.
By having a smaller class size, plus, yeah.
So it's more expensive to build and to operate whenever we have more classrooms.
Even though the average, okay, right, that, yes, right.
So so as we do this utilization and why it's so important, so that everybody knows, we say, okay, what are the names? On each of these, we say, what is the name of the teacher? go through the exercise. What are they teaching? It's a lot of work, but it really pays off, because when you get to the end, if we wanted to spend 3 or 4 hours in going through the specifics on this, we could. And the IAC, and we have members here, could do just that. Dick and Brian are members of the IAC. They may want to know specifically. They may challenge us on that, and that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, on the one hand, I think this is great. I think you're providing a lot of value add. On the other hand, this is the kind of micromanagement by the IAC that I really worry about.
Okay.
Is from a policy point, I think providing technical assistance where the county wants your help to do that, I think that's great. But the delegate's point, to me, is the bigger one. And your point is that different schools have different needs that I don't think can be managed with a statewide approach and a statewide policy, other than a range of cost per student. Because because these all assume there are no trade-offs on cost per square foot. And we've had extensive discussions about that. I'm not going to revisit all that. But in reality, in building real buildings, there are variations in that.
Yes.
And allowing and encouraging a county to say, okay, state's going to fund $34,000 a kid. And then they have to figure out, with the specific unique needs of the place, what are the trade-offs? That, to me, is a much more commonsensical approach to mass customization than to have somebody at the state level do this kind of analysis on every school in the state.
And Senator, we did not have to do this. If the LEA wanted to accept what was already awarded to them, which is the basis of the square footage, then they go do whatever they want. They believe that they would not be able to provide the level of education that they needed to within this. So they accepted the challenge. And so with the challenge comes work.
Bob, can I ask one other question on this? I'm just looking at this sample, and if you look at the analysis of the net area classroom space is 45,988 square feet, and the school is 92,000 square feet. Is there a breakdown of, so that's half?
Yeah.
Is there a breakdown for the other half of the school?
Good question.
So that's going to be obviously your non-assignable space. So basic things we expect:
but if
corridors,
Yeah.
toilet rooms, circulation, but also gymnasium, cafeteria, our
Jim's in there.
what we would term specialty classrooms, art, music.
But are those variable in size? I mean, I see all the standards here. I see the gym and I see the media center, but are those variable in size? I mean, are we, that, if it's
There's
a-
no administration space shown in there either.
Correct. That also
So you may
helps.
have an assistant principal at one school. I would think at an 800
the
capacity school, you'd have an assistant principal where you would not, maybe at a 3 or 350.
And then the corridors, the mechanical
space.
rooms.
But is there an analysis of that done now? This is a great analysis.
That was all,
very
that was
helpful.
all evaluated in depth using the architect's drawings. And yeah,
Yes,
as.
that was all part of the analysis, and talking in terms of making trade-offs. They did, to emphasize the education of English learners, did put in less space in art and music and the media center than we often see in a more typical elementary school. So they did make those
Trade-offs.
those trade-offs.
Mr. Chairman, I guess, is it typical that 50% of the square foot in a new school is not classroom space, even when you include the gym and the media center? Really?
So a couple of facts on Brian's question. A school facility, when we take out the tear of a school facility, is roughly 30%. That's the thickness of the walls, the mechanical rooms, the bathrooms, all of these common type areas that somebody that doesn't have a particular job to be in them doing
Right,
it.
I see.
So 30%.
Right.
So when you pull that out, then you have the 20% left for these other spaces, like the office space and that we're looking at. Overall, when you look at a school and an elementary school, classrooms only, it's about 35, 38% of the total gross square footage. Those numbers used to be very different in the 40s. I think I mentioned this to the group before. We used to be at 90, 95% in the 40s. Whenever you had a principal, a nurse, neither one of them really had separate
But you had
spaces to
bathrooms,
work
didn't
from.
you?
They had bathrooms.
Oh,
They
good.
didn't have cafeterias. They didn't have libraries. Those were things that you either brought your lunch and,
Understand.
so these are the things that we have added on to schools because we consider them absolutely required. And those are separate decisions that we have to consider, or the LEA have to consider if they're challenged to figure out how they're going to operate with less square footage.
Could I ask that we get some data on that? I mean, that's like a new idea to me, that half of the building is not related to the instructional program. I mean, again, I've walked around a lot of schools. Maybe that's the way we've been doing it for 50 years or 60 years or 40 years. But could we get data on exactly that ratio question?
Yeah, we can put together some examples.
No, I'm talking about, no, I'm not talking about examples. I'm talking about last 3 years worth of schools that we funded. What's the ratio of, what's the term of art here? Net area of classroom or space.
So that means that so you know what you're asking, we have to take a set of plans out, measure the spaces and the walls and everything else and do the calculation. So
Let's do it for 1 year then.
Okay.
Last year.
Let's get
some.
I understand.
Some legitimate data set.
That's right. We can do that.
Thank you.
Very often, that information is already on the plans.
I think so.
Yeah, it should be a chart for it. I would also think that this goes to your point with respect to efficiencies of a larger school. That you would think that you think, I'm going to call it, in our business, we call it like the core factor.
Absolutely.
Your core factor, as you get bigger, should be significantly less.
Absolutely.
And so I think that would be a helpful analysis.
Maybe we can reach out then to some of the architectural firms and ask for some of their results, particularly if they have it on the drawings already. Thank you. We'll do that. Let's keep going.
Moving forward on the matrix here, we're looking at the draft recommendations, and pursuant to your work group discussion in January, we have amended those to add points 2 and 3, which are that the IAC will continue to periodically review and adjust the state funding baselines as it deems necessary, and to align state communications to acknowledge that facility design lies within the LEA's purview. And that is specifically to address concerns that we will get into more depth as in section D here as we go through this. And what I want to just sort of point forward for a moment to remind all of us that we have multiple issues here in this section that all fit together. They're integrated set of issues that we need to consider holistically. And the senator's point about the incentives for reducing cost of ownership and reducing cost over the long haul are really addressed considerably in the next sections. Not as much in this first section, so I want to make sure that we move forward to where I think the power is in doing that. And so we'd like to move to section B next, which is, it says here, the issue is that LEAs often misinterpret MSDE's guidance on the design of space as a requirement, resulting in a perception of too much state micromanagement. And that, I think, gets right back to what Senator was talking about earlier. And so we have here the draft recommendations on the right side are to clarify in statute that the State Department of Education's design guidelines, regulations, and the layout of design and school space fall under local control as long as they meet state programmatic requirements and building codes. We need to also, two, align all state communications to acknowledge that facility design lies within the LEA's purview. Again, this is to help bring the process to a more efficient way of having the state support LEAs in their decisions, fund towards right sizing, but not micromanage. And on the analysis that was conducted for Greensboro, we have, this is, by the way, this is work that the LEAs and their architects did, not that the state did. The state said, show us how you're using the space that you're requesting so that we understand that we are funding what is needed and no more. And that is actually what came out of that. And the benefit of it was that we did it along with this development of the proposed new state funding participation baselines, and it confirmed that our models got us into the right neighborhood in terms of space per student.
And to be clear, you're only doing this when the LEA has a special need or special conditions. That's different than any other school, even within their own district. They're appealing to the IAC to say, you know what, we want to go outside the scope of the normal school construction process because we have these special needs, and we want you all to consider these special needs and make certain exceptions for us, which I can't imagine that it would happen very often, right?
No, I don't expect it would happen very often. And then we make recommendations that we bring to the governance, which is the interagency commission, and they will consider it. They may send us back to do more work, I hope not, but that can happen. It needs to be a deliberate and defensible process.
Exactly, yeah.
On the language on B, I mean, I love the spirit of the language. I mean, this is like one of the big deal recommendations here. What I want to clarify is programmatic requirements, what we think the definition of programmatic requirements is. And the reason I raise it is I've given this example 25 times of health suites, is I would presume the programmatic requirement that we mean there, I hope it is, provide adequate health services to the students in the school. It is not how many square foot and what should be the location of the health suite.
That's correct. However, and health suites are the one requirement. And it does tell you what spaces you need: office, exam room, treatment area, waiting area. It doesn't tell you how big those spaces need to be. It does tell you what spaces you need in your health suite, and those add up, even for a very large school, to a bit under 1,000 square feet. So
That's my point. That is not programmatic in my view.
No, I'm saying that it
That is
doesn't.
the
I'm just
design.
telling you what they add up to. We don't put the square footages
Okay,
in
but this is
regulation.
what I went. This is what I literally went through in a school where the local school health people are saying the state is telling us it has to be this layout, and that's what I'm terrified of perpetuating.
So maybe we need to, in fact, we were going to suggest adding some more language on the
That's
draft
why I raised it.
recommendation that says that we would review COMAR for implied space requirements, I think, which gets to your point.
It does.
Where we say you need an
That's
office. you
exactly
need an
in
exam
Section
room.
D. That's exactly covered in Section D. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, good. You're way ahead of me.
Which is,
as always.
And
which is why we are trying to bring these together as a holistic approach. So I would say,
Where is it in D? I don't see it.
Well, it is a.
it's not there.
It's not there yet. A proposed recommendation 4 would be.
That's not the language, but that's not the language.
or
No, it
will
would be number 4, and Senator, be number 4 and added.
Okay.
See, we do listen.
No, I know you do. I know you
It
do.
would be review
and
COMAR
that we-
for implied space requirements, which is exactly what you've been talking about and what the LEAs have been talking about, is that there are a lot of educational content requirements with space implications,
That we want to get rid of.
or at the very least identify, so people know what to expect. If we're telling people you have to teach, if we're telling people each high school student has to take English every semester, then that has a space implication.
But it doesn't say how big the space should be, it doesn't say
Exactly.
where it should be.
Correct.
That's the critical
Or
distinction.
even that there has to be a space. It could
Right,
be-
exactly, because it could all be online.
No, that's
Exactly.
Right.
It could.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
with-
That's
with-
where I want to go with this.
And so
weekend.
if I could, I'd like to introduce Cassandra Viscara, who is our legislative reviewer. If you may have seen some of the things she wrote on our analysis. And I'd like for her to just briefly comment on what we have to do by reviewing all of the COMARs. It's a tangled web that we would have to, and I don't want to preempt you.
So briefly, the IAC is already looking at revising our COMAR extensively as a result of House Bill 1783, which passed last year. The space requirements that we're talking about are all in Title 13, which is the State Board of Ed's COMAR. So if you were looking for a more specific recommendation, it might be that there is legislation that requires MSDE in consultation with the IAC to review the COMAR for any of those implied space requirements. And then we could undertake that process over the next year.
We should have done that in the budget.
Yeah, we should have done that in the budget, but yeah, I think it makes sense to me.
Well, we can put this on the requirements. In fact, the superintendent of MSDE chairs the funding work group, which is going to see your recommendations. And then as you're considering legislation this next year, maybe it could just be part if you feel that's important.
Are you incorporating, I mean, COMAR, so this goes back, I'm sorry to go backwards, but it's periodic, IAC will continue to periodically review. That doesn't mean anything to me. It means when we feel like it. So I think that definitely needs some specificity as to the time frame that is happening. And then I would say especially so given, again, the Kerwin conversation about operating funding, that for schools that have concentrated poverty at 55% or above, that have a new community school coordinator. And so that does not come with space. It is only a position being funded. I don't know if it should have a space or what. I just don't know how that will play out. But we did adopt it for at least the next 2 years for 80% or above. Assuming we do something next year, that will probably change.
So the idea behind the variance process is that it would inform when changes needed to be made.
Where's the variance process?
Sorry, when, like the example with Greensboro, where an LEA came forward and said that the standards were not sufficient for what they needed programmatically, we would collect that information and report on it, and every year or every two, we would be able to look and see what variances the IEC was making because what we allowed was too restrictive.
I'm sorry, is the variance to what you're talking about what you would, every time you look back and periodically review, or is there a variance process being created?
A variance process for a specific project where we increase the allowable space because
Ladder.
Okay.
it was insufficient, just like we were talking about on Greensboro.
And that is in state law right now, there is a variance process?
No.
Okay.
Right now, all COMAR allows for is for the IAC, there's nothing statutory. COMAR allows for the IAC to increase certain project costs like we're doing on Greensboro when an LEA demonstrates this list of things.
So there is a variance process.
But it only applies to, right now, one Maryland county. So there is a very limited number of counties, a little less than half, that are eligible for this.
Carolina's one.
Carolina's one. We do have draft COMAR revisions that have gone out to the LEAs to be reviewed. They will go to the IAC at their May meeting for a preliminary approval. And those strike that requirement so that we would be able to increase the maximum state construction cost for LEAs if they could demonstrate a need.
It's a big change.
And so on that point, on your question, on number 2, where we say IEC will continue to periodically review, we didn't want to preempt the IEC deciding when they wanted to look at it. They would be able to see these projects coming to them where the standards were not working. And I can't make, I hope there's none. And it stays right where it is. But if we wanted to say that the IEC would every 2 years review, okay, we can make that modification. Chairman, Senator.
I mean, I agree with all that. Two things. One is, I mean, this discussion underlines one thing we have talked about, which we haven't, I don't think we've addressed, but I'm not saying we should, but I think somebody ought to address it, is the difference between the big rich counties and the small poor counties. I mean, the big counties don't care that much. They just, I mean, Prince George's and Montgomery and Howard and Anne Arundel are going to get whatever they're going to get, and then they're going to spend on top of that whatever they want to spend. So all this stuff is kind of like micro. But for Caroline County, it's like the ball game.
We talked about it in some legislation this year, and Bob, we talked about this as well. And to a certain extent, you're absolutely right. And for Caroline Greensboro, the cost of the school is exactly what the operating budget is for the county government.
Oh,
I mean, so can you imagine that? I mean, Baltimore City, I don't know what their annual budget is, but it's probably in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and I can't imagine one school costing hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's sort of what you put into perspective. So the bill that we actually put in was that the state would actually pick up some of the ineligible cost, and what we ended up doing, which probably would have made more sense, we found a new revenue source with the gaming money, with the school construction bill that passed the House, and it didn't pass in the Senate. So they were going to use this other pot of money to help with the smaller school systems, to help pick up. And that would have been a huge help. For Greensboro, would have been to the tune of probably about somewhere between $1 million, $1.5 million for this one school if the state were to pick up the state share, which for that county is 80%. If the state would have picked up 80% of the ineligible costs, it would have added up to about $1 million, but that's huge for one county. I mean, a small county like that.
It is huge. And again, maybe we just in the legislature ought to think about this, but maybe we ought to differentiate. I mean, we're driving these rules like they make sense in two totally different situations. And, I mean, I don't particularly want, I say this with love in my heart for Anne Arundel and Prince George's that I represent, having Anne Arundel or Prince George's coming in to an appeals process saying you should give us more for this school because is like a waste of brain cells.
But when we're talking about space, it does make sense. You may have one pocket, or you may have one school in Prince George, like we do. Like this is just one school in Caroline. Every other school that we ever build, if we ever build any more schools, we're going to go through the normal school construction process because we just don't. For some reason, it's just this one school. It's the.
But believe me, I get it. But in Prince George's County, 2/3 of the money that goes into school construction comes from the county, not from the state. The state only provides 1/3 of what we do, and so. In Prince George's and San Antonio, same thing. All they do is just maximize whatever I get from the state, I get from the state, and then I do whatever I want. It's a whole different dynamic that I think in the smaller counties, and the system is set up like they're the same. I just throw that out there. I want to make one other point just to put on the agenda to think about following up on Senator Ferguson. One of the things we haven't talked about here, other than making reference to it, and somebody needs to think about it somehow, maybe we need to deal with the legislation next year, is if the Kirwan Commission recommendations, well, they have been adopted. I mean, the legislature adopted the basic strategy already. That will have major, major impacts on space. And I don't think, unless I missed it, I don't think anybody's thinking about that. And I think.
The index will. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Whenever, as we have an assessment and we have sufficiency standards that have already been adopted, we will have what is.
We can go back and look.
We can. And we can project out what the differences will be.
Right, but where I'm going with this is the Kirwan impact will be much bigger on existing schools in the next 20 years than it will be on new schools.
Yeah.
And our system is basically based, this whole superstructure is all based on new schools. And when we move to the teachers, having less classroom time, when we move towards, as we talked about, CTE and early college, high school, when we move towards in the concentration of poverty schools. I mean, it's a significantly different operation of schools. And it seemed like somebody ought to start thinking about what do we need to do not over schools we're building 10 years from now, but over schools where the kids are going to be implementing Kirwan in 5 years. How are we going to make the changes or fund the changes we need to literally meet the educational requirements? I just put that on the table to.
I just want to follow up with one of the comments you made early on. But I think this Greensboro project is a blessing in disguise for this work group. I honestly do. Because what it did is it showed that the IAC really does need flexibility. And fortunately for Caroline, they're one of the few LEAs that you have that flexibility. But we can't think of every possible scenario all the time for every school construction project. And I think every school system in the state you guys should have that flexibility in every case, because just in case, you just never know. Because I sure would hate to see some hands tied and us have to wait to go through, either put in legislation or do whatever we have to do, because these guys can't wait another year to build this school.
Senator, I've got to say the solutions to Kerwin and the implications are going to vary in almost every school, and it is going to be the locals that figure out the best way to do this along with their architects. It will not be the IAC. All we can do are provide tools so that you can have comparable information, because as we begin, and you've already got this, HB 1783 requires us to look at what best practices are and share them. So what we can do is provide these tools that allow common comparisons, and then as improvements are made, share those. Discuss them with the ISA and say, this is what we're seeing. Greensboro is a good example. It helps support the guidelines that we have been considering now for a lot of months. It's an iterative process, and it should be. It should be something that remains flexible. And that's why you have this commission, because they should be able to tell us as staff whether we are giving them what they need to be able to make these course adjustments going forward.
And you guys, through this process, this work that you made them do, you forced them to build a smaller school than what they wanted to build. And you're not only saving the state money, but at the end, both short-term and the school construction costs, but also in the long-term costs too, you're saving them money too. So I mean, so this is a process that worked out very, very well.
We challenged them. I don't want to say we forced them, because we.
Well, you did.
You
you wouldn't let them build the size school they wanted to build.
Exactly.
You did force it.
Exactly.
It's a good thing, though.
Okay, so actually, this helps lead us into Section C, which is the total cost of ownership issue on our matrix here. And then we have a couple of items that we've included in the packets. The first thing is that, we've been talking about planning and funding decisions from the state perspective, and really, as Senator noted, the bulk of the funding for school construction comes from the local jurisdictions, and so planning and funding and cost of ownership is key for both the local jurisdictions and the state. And so in the last work group meeting, we presented to you the total cost of ownership estimate tool, which is the single sheet here. It says at the top, draft IAC ed spec total cost of ownership estimate tool. And it was an initial layout of the calculations that can be used to show total cost of ownership when comparing a proposed project with a state baseline. And then
the purpose, though, I just want back to context, is that we already require ed specs to be reviewed by the IEC. Because, again, I don't think we want to build any schools, has been the reason to this point, that are not educationally sufficient. And MSDE plays a large role in the approval of those ed specs. There is not in our review a cost of ownership and affordability component. So we want to, I don't think we don't need any legislative or other legal approval. The IEC has the authority right now to review this, I believe, and do something like this so that every project, no matter who it is, as they're doing their project, Joe Public can take a look and see, on Senator Rosapep's point, what the cost per student is going to be for this school on an annualized over 30 years. The first cost, the cost of ownership estimated, and that's where we began, just as a tool. And then we've tried to see, okay, if we were to put this in as a requirement that everybody does for every project, just is edging along the information we need for democracy, what would it look like? And that's where we are now.
So this is like the hammer in my mind. I mean, this is the thing that like really actually matters, because if for the jurisdictions that do have more local, so let's call Montgomery County, if they will not be able to get state-funded maintenance projects for where they exceed the total project, the total cost of ownership, that will radically change their decision-making at a local level, even though it's local dollars. So the front-end approval, I think, sort of matters, the sort of chart over time. But if this is a standard by which, if you meet this standard, you have eligible projects for the 30 years, versus you don't meet this number, then you're locally going to have to fund the maintenance of it. This is sort of the ballgame in my mind. So when you say that we have the power to, or when the IAC has the power to review this, just has the power to gather the information as part of the process, or has the power to make it mean something?
At this point, to gather the information so that we have it and can have comparable information. Yes.
Okay. But not so that it would have an impact on whether or not, if the local approves a school above IAC guidelines because they have more local funding to do it, I would imagine that would increase the total cost of ownership. There's no impact of going above some standard that would be set about total cost of ownership. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator.
Let me pick up on Senator.
That's a brand-new thought. That's incredible. Thank you, Senator. No, this is, if I could repeat what I think I heard, is that because the state participates in systemic work afterwards, which actually is a big cost. It's as much as what we are putting in building the schools as we project them out. If there were a constraint on the state's willingness to help take care of too much, because if right now Somerset can only build to what the state applies, Montgomery might build much bigger than that, but yet whenever we replace a roof for Somerset, we use state percentage, and it is to this state square footage.
Right.
When we replace a roof for a school that's built larger, we are replacing the roof to that larger. So the larger school gets a bigger percent because they built larger. And what you're saying is that if they do that outside the bounds, that maybe there would be an additional restriction on the state participating.
At that later stage, that's what you're
Yeah.
saying?
I think
Down the
I-
line.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my concern, is you can't penalize somebody that they built a building
Oh, right.
25 years ago, and they need a new roof,
Yeah.
or a new HVAC
Right.
system.
Right.
Agreed.
Yes. Then I don't understand the proposal then.
So it sounds like it's a going forward.
Yeah.
That you keep track of the information, and they need a new
So for
roof.
new schools built after this policy goes into effect, if 20 years from now, you come back in and want the systemic help do the new roof, you wouldn't get the money if you had exceeded the standard when the building was approved?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about, the incentive would be, in my mind, is that you have this total cost of ownership calculation. At the point of approval, you're either above it or below it.
Yep.
If you are above it, then you know for that facility for the next 30 years, you have a penalty in your state share match that you will not get as much state coverage of your HVAC and your roof and your windows. And then, but the reason it would matter going forward, it's not 20 years from now where it would impact. It would then you have to make that decision locally today about whether or not you want to eat that cost in 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree. I think it's a great idea. I think we need an addition to that, which I think we're going to talk about more, is the incentive of more state participation for a school.
The inverse. Sure.
The inverse, well, because it's a different, it's behavioral economics. Money now is worth a hell of a lot more than money later. And so I think you got to have the incentive up front, so there's cash in the locals' pockets. Put those together. That's all I'm suggesting.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question? The acronym MACC, that stands for what?
Maximum allowable construction cost.
Okay.
And exactly one of the next thing we're going to get to, I think, addresses the senator's point on incentivizing the lower total cost of ownership up front. So we'll be right there very soon.
Great.
But first, we want to take a look at the evolution of this total cost of ownership estimating tool that we have prepared and shared with you in this handout here that says estimated total cost of ownership. And Jamie
draft.
Bridges, our program manager for Baltimore City, is going to give us an introduction to that.
Good morning. Try this one. Got it. All right, so as we were talking about, item C is, the issue is the total cost of ownership is not weighted heavily enough in state funding decisions, and pursuant to previous discussions in this work group, certainly there isn't, potential solutions are using incentives to better consider the total cost of ownership over the lifetime of a facility in relation to the upfront costs as well. So accurately, the work group has noted that to determine the incentives based on total cost of ownership, we have to be able to accurately determine the total cost of ownership. And so the spreadsheets that you see, the tools that have been developed, the initial tool, I believe, was available for review back at the January meeting. That was a fairly simple tool, and it's the one that has the red clouds on it, in case you're following along. It was a very simple tool, and it included all of the important items that you use to consider total cost of ownership over lifetime. But the evolution towards the second spreadsheet, which has 3 big arrows on the front page, most notably is that it allows a comparison between the cost of ownership calculation with a facility and a baseline. And so to really start to talk about an incentive program and comparing, the way we fund things now and the way we may fund things later, and the price of the cost now and the cost later, I think the use of the comparison allows us to have a relative and a baseline and do some scenario planning, and actually allows, because it's evolving in its simplicity and understandable, that you can look at it and change numbers around and start to understand, well, if we do this, then this, and if we do this, then this. So that has been primary consideration as we have tried to support the idea that we have to, to use total cost of ownership as an incentive. We have to be able to consider what those costs are accurately. Also, and notably, the idea that these, these are used to develop comparable information, and just like any planning tool, it is something that needs to be defined, used, and evaluated, and through feedback, refined as time goes on. This would not be the one and final answer to that. So if there are any questions or comments on this worksheet.
Is this standard for private industry? I mean, is there a private industry process?
This is based on a kind of a standard process from private industry looking at total cost of ownership. What we've done here is we've customized it for K-12 facilities and shown in it.
Let me answer that
Go ahead.
question.
Yep.
Yes, the IFMA, the International Facilities Management Association, has just published a whole list of guidelines for total cost of ownership. What is, as a world organization, everybody's come to the point that we need to have our eye on the long game instead of the short game. So yes, the basis of this information is there. At a previous meeting, I presented some of the basis of our assumptions from the National Institute of Building Sciences there in D.C. As far as the total cost of ownership of a 30-year facility. And so these percentages we use for estimates are from those sources.
The other reason I ask is that there doesn't seem to be, I mean, this is just a quick glance. I mean, this is great, that, sort of energy efficiency type of maneuver, net zero, green standards, those types of cost of ownership incentives that may cost more upfront, less over time. I don't see it, but maybe it's in here. I just
Right, and
If I could, that's the detail that comes during the design that we're going to talk about with the Rosapep initiative here later on that you had us working on, that considers information that we are looking at for every project as we design it. But to be able to say, here's what the utility cost is that we're going to use as a standard throughout the state, here's the replacement time for a standing seam metal roof, a built-up metal or built-up standard roof of this particular type, and standardize them so that no matter who the architect or engineer is that are doing the calculations, it turns into comparable information, is a baseline that this, at this point, doesn't consider. This is taking broad information. It's designed as a tool so that the engineers and the architects and the owners can enter the information and see what the rough results are based upon these broad 2% of project cost are. 2% for custodial, cleaning, basic maintenance, 2% for systemics, what those numbers look like over time. Then the more specific calculations that we all do in different ways, the life cycle cost analysis would be in the tool that would require the incentive if somebody wanted to earn an incentive. So it depends on what level that you want to engage. I got to say, as I'm saying that, if an LEA wanted to use the same tool along with their architect and say, you know, if we put a standing seam metal roof on this school, even though it's going to cost us a little bit more on the front, it's going to cost us less to operate over the 30 years because we're never going to have to replace it. They could enter that kind of information and use it in those ongoing design decisions, and LEAs are doing that right now. But this simply makes it easy for Joe Public to be able to pick and see what the punchline, what the bottom line is, and the level of detail then gets thicker and thicker below.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator.
Just to pick up on this, because I think Senator Ferguson's question is really important, because this model, which is great, basically just says whatever the cost of construction is, you multiply it by 4% annually, and that's your average cost of operation. That doesn't address the issue of how you make the trade-offs, because obviously, if you're taking 4% of a smaller construction number, it's going to bring down that number too. So the question of the trade-offs, and this is where I don't think we're where we need to be at this point, we got to think about, is, to me, the fundamental problem is the conflict of interest between the money coming out of the capital budget and money coming out of the operating budget. Because the electricity costs come out of the operating budget, and the installation costs come out of the capital budget. Mm-hmm. You can go down, all these various issues are basically because the way we do it totally differently from the private sector. The private sector, that's why PPPs are such a great solution. Because in a PPP, the same entity, the same bank account that builds the building has to operate the building. And therefore, that's the way you guys do it when you build shopping centers. You make those calculations. Our school construction system is totally the inverse of that. It creates the wrong incentives. And at some point, either this group or somebody has to address fixing that incentive issue. Maybe it's all going PPPs, which we're doing in Prince George's County, which is great. But if we're not going to do PPPs, we got to come up with some other way to force that trade-off without having to have your staff and the staff of the school system and the architects go over every little calculation for every building.
I couldn't agree with you more. I don't think that the IAC will ever be staffed to be able to do that.
It won't.
But we can provide the tools that can be used consistently.
Well, yeah, but the problem is the school systems have a conflict of interest. I mean, that's the problem.
As far as your funding, yes.
That's the problem. That's why we have the mess we have today. So other than PPPs, I don't know the solution, but I just want to keep that front and center in people's minds.
We're going to talk a little bit more about standardized information as we go down through here, but it will get to your point, I think, Senator.
I understand.
Thank you.
All right, so the next step is to go to looking at how we could incentivize. And the center had proposed over the last few weeks a number of ideas that fed into some calculations and analysis that IAC staff took a number of weekends to work on and pulled
Yes,
together
you
some
Case you're still alive.
calculations, yeah, that we think are very useful in taking a look at here. And those are the,
Should we start? Yes. Explainer?
so there is a one-page handout in your packet.
What's it called? It says at the top, Specs Workgroup, April 10th, 2019.
Yep.
Matrix issue 13C, total cost of ownership. And I'm sorry, next time we'll get these with numbers on the bottom of them, the page numbers. It's got writing down the column too. It says function, purpose, definitions down the side. Everybody there? Okay.
Okay, great. So we pulled together some total cost of ownership incentive program scenarios. I want to note here first that total cost of ownership is a financial estimate. It's a management accounting concept. We use the Wikipedia definition here at the very top to kind of set the stage, noting that it helps in calculating the full cost accounting. It's even used in other fields such as ecological economics, where it includes social costs. But for our purposes, we wanted to develop a calculator that would compare the baseline total cost of ownership per project against the projected total cost of ownership of a project as designed, and figure out a way to award a portion of reduced total cost of ownership to the LEA as percentage points added to the state share percentage. You can see here as we walk down this handout, the purpose of it is of these scenarios is to show how the calculations work and what the savings might be, and what the savings would be that accrue to the LEA and to the state from reducing total cost of ownership. The definitions are listed here on the front of this first page for baseline total cost of ownership and projected total cost of ownership. And at the bottom, there are two examples of potential total cost of ownership savings. And then as you flip over onto the second page, back page, we've provided spreadsheets of all 8 scenarios to the members. And we want to note that in these scenarios, we have calculated that savings on total cost of ownership will result in combined total cost of ownership savings to the state. And because we know that all the funding ultimately comes from the same, it may be 2 pockets, state and local, but it's all taxpayer dollars. The total cost of ownership has to be a savings ultimately for the taxpayer in the long run. And those you will see on the calculators. So we have 8 scenarios, A through D and E through H, and we've split them up into 2 sections. The first section, A through D, shows scenarios for awarding additional state share based on savings of total cost of ownership. And you can see that we used a 1% savings incentive compared it with a 3/4% savings incentive. And then in scenario D, C, and D, we have adjusted it to take into account wealth of the LEA so that there is a balancing of savings depending on the wealth of the LEA. And those scenarios all take into account a cap of state share percentage of 100%. The second set, which is E through H, are similar scenarios. However, the difference is that those show what would happen if the state would award more than 100% state share based on the savings, so that if an LEA were to save 10%, for example, on total cost of ownership, and if it were a 96% state share county, it would have 96 plus 10, which would be 106%, and that difference of 6% over the 100 could be applied to other projects, which could incentivize savings considerably.
Or design.
Or design, or other costs of construction. So these incentives that Senator Rosapep basically sparked and that we have laid out here provide a number, and I think Bob probably would like to kind of point out some key points about scenario C, G, and H that we have highlighted here. These show that the combined total cost of ownership savings for the state and the LEA over 30 years will be considerable, and if applied to the whole statewide portfolio, would amount to literally billions of dollars.
Wait, where is that? Where's the
Okay, so, right, the punchline's down at the bottom. You can pick any of the sheets. They're actually the same, scenario C.
Where's the billion?
The square at the bottom. So we have,
Going to the spreadsheets.
going to the
Now we're at the
spreadsheet.
spreadsheets, okay.
Yeah. And if you look at, if we assume that the average state share is 65%, just, we don't know what that is, it's going to vary from year to year. But if we assume that, a 1% total cost of ownership reduction has a present value savings of, over a 30-year period, of $550 million. That's in current dollars. If you were to, and I think this is how we have to look at this, because construction is escalating at 4% a year. So if we don't do something now, that the cost is going to be $1.8 billion in 30 years if we don't shave off that 1% now. I think in other committees, in the Knott Commission, I looked at the past history of our state and this growth from 1970 to now, and we've been growing about 1% a year. For whatever the reasons are, that is the asset that we have to own and replace the roofs on and take care of. So this is just using the 4%, that is the standard rule of thumb, 2% and 2% that we talked about earlier. So they're significant numbers. I also want, and the reason, on Alex's point, we only brought not all 8, because that's a lot of slogging. We brought 3 that we thought were representative. And I should point out that the D in both has an additional incentive for projects that have saved 30%. And that was to kind of replicate the current incentive program that Senator Rosapep had put into law currently. And we have one taker on that, and that's Prince George's, that are attempting to achieve that. So that's also worked into D. But the reason we selected C, G, and H are that C does not allow any dollars above 100%. So if it is a 96% LEA that's achieved a 10% reduction in total cost of ownership, and it can be square footage, it can be gross square footage. I think that's easier. But this would also apply to major renovations as well. So I think it has a lot of really significant opportunities that, as you're looking whether you should replace the school, and Greensboro is another good example of that, where the solution was better. In that case, it just came down to dollars and cents. So C doesn't have that. G and H do allow the local to keep the anything over 100% at 3/4. So it's similar to the 3/4 of savings for every 1% that applies to everybody. G is the same as C. H simply adds the additional bonus for something over 60%. And Alex, I'm going to punt this back over to you so you can walk us through C, and then we can take a look at it. But before I do that, the combined savings, which is interesting of all these models, the combined savings, as just column S on all of them, I want you to notice that they're the same. So while the state might take more money out of its pocket to reward an incentive in the end, the LEA makes that money up by not having to take care of the facility. The cost of ownership goes down and they balance.
So how does that money get back into the school construction program?
So these dollars don't go back into the school construction program. The dollars as an incentive, depending on which variable we choose, The dollars, well, I take that back. It does in column L, as you look at net state savings over time. Currently, we are participating in systemics. So as we reduce the total cost of ownership, we reduce the dollars that go out to systemics. So the state does make money on its side, the same as the LEA makes money on its side.
We could use it for non-private, like could use it for the design or furniture or whatever.
Right. You would have to have legislative language that would allow you to do that. We didn't bring that with, but would simply allow you to use those dollars, and we have suggested some language here slightly in these descriptions, where we say that, let's see.
The ineligible costs that we talked about
Yeah,
earlier.
that's right. That's right.
Anything but not land, I guess is.
Anything that has a 15 or more a year life, then the tax-exempt bonds could be applied for. That can be design, it can be furniture. Both of those are critical to doing what we're talking about. So if you were to allow an LEA to reduce their total cost of ownership, you could generate for them, in certain instances, dollars to pay for those things, like furniture and design, that actually help get you there.
Chairman?
Yes, Senator.
I might jump in very briefly. First of all, I want to thank you and Alex for working like madmen on this over the past couple of weeks. I mean, this is very impressive, and you guys worked very hard on it, thought of all kinds of things that certainly never occurred to me. And I normally am sort of the skeptic in the room, but I just want to say on this one, you've really come up, I think, with a big, great new idea here. On this, in the structure of the incentive issue, this is where I'm coming from. You've laid out all these different options and all these different mechanics, and as you point out, the bottom line is all of them leave the state and the local government fiscally better off. The question is, which I think is partly a behavioral economics question and partly a political question, is how much do we want to incentivize whom? So for example, think of the city of Baltimore, because, and a couple other places, like 3, they're like 90%, something like that. Big savings, if you put a 100% cap on it, don't get you much back in the city of Baltimore or in Caroline County. I'm sorry. So.
Press your button.
It's off.
It's all.
The button.
Keep pushing it. Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay, good. The light just never goes on. So the way I think we need to think about this is, what numbers do we need to incentivize the Baltimore cities and the Caroline counties of the world that may be different from the numbers we need to incentivize the Anne Arundels and the Prince Georges? Because I think the key to this is, because this is a win-win situation, we want to be sure that the formulas of the incentives actually drive the behavior that we're looking for. Just want to leave you with that thought.
Senator, first of all, we want to thank you. I mean, you said, hey, I want to know. So that kind of prodding is exactly what causes opportunities to occur. So thank you. And I've got to say that, as you know, as we went through iterations, you look at the details in such a way that while we can read over them because you go blind, you point them out to us, and that allows us to improve. So thank you.
All of Senator Ferguson's proofreading.
Yeah,
That's right.
So on your last point, we would recommend as staff scenario G, because as you look for them, I'm looking at the optics, and particularly looking at the LEA side, and like I say, they all end up the same on the combined side. If you look at the LEA side and you look at columns P and Q, the reduced LEA cost of systemics over 30 years, and the reduced maintenance and operation, they can start getting some pretty significant savings that are similar to the savings of the more wealthy LEAs. They're real numbers, where when we look at C by comparison, the numbers are not quite as generous.
Right, and I'd like to point out that column R is the combined total cost of ownership savings to the LEA over 30 years, and that adds together the savings that the LEA would get on constructing on construction, which is N, on reduced cost of systemics over 30 years, which is column P, and then reduced cost of maintenance and operations, which is also substantial, in column Q. All of those add up to column R, and you can see that for a county with a 96% cost share, for example, a 10% savings of total cost of ownership would result in a $6.4 million savings over the 30 years. And you can compare that with a jurisdiction, which is the rows just above that, which might have a 50% cost share or 45% cost share, for example, just to get it, for contrast purposes. You can see the numbers are much closer together between those two LEAs than in some of the other scenarios. So this really does reach for equity. It provides, the logic behind it really does result in probably the most equitable way to incentivize the total cost of ownership savings.
Can I, total cost of ownership savings from what point?
Against a baseline, and that can be, yes.
So that's my only worry, is that's where the game would be. So if I come in on my initial application, I'm going to ratchet
Right.
that up so that I can come back on round two and say, look at my 10% savings.
So two things on that. One, the total cost of ownership savings would be calculated based on not just an application up front for funding, but on the actual construction costs at closeout. So although the funding might be awarded and an incentive bonus might be awarded up front, there would have to be a clawback provision such that if the project did not come in at that price and actually result in savings, let's say overspending happened, right? And there was no actual savings in construction cost, then the bonus that would be given, that was given, would have to be pulled back.
Well, let's say I'm going with
Thereafter.
square footage savings, right? So I submit to the IAC my final project of 100, I don't know, what's an average square? 50,000, no, I don't know, what's an average school size, or?
Whatever your
Yeah.
gross
80,
allowable square
Sure,
footage
say
is
100,000 square feet.
Standard, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
so
a standard for it.
100,000 square feet building, I get it approved. At closeout, could I end at 90,000 square feet? Is that, and that's where the incentive, well, there's like an approval, I'm just trying to understand, like, when it's total cost of savings from what point is sort of the,
So if I could, and I would like to use Prince George's, that is the only one that's applied for an incentive.
from the baseline current standard.
That's right.
I see what you're saying. I see, I'm
We
sorry.
use the
Got it.
average cost of schools.
That's where we
around the
started
state.
this whole discussion this morning.
Right, so that to this.
Mr.
Got it.
Chairman.
I'm sorry.
And when the IEC made the award then, it's, yeah, okay, great intentions.
End up there. Yeah.
We'll add it up at the end, and if you don't make it, then you don't get the bonus. Senator?
That's the easy part. It does work that way, but I agree with that. Are we on yet?
Yes, now you're.
It goes off every time.
I know. As soon as I get to start speaking, I think Russian intelligence. So that's the easy part, because they project what the cost is going to be, it comes in, they do it. It's the savings over time that you can't control up front. This model is based on assume 4% of the construction cost. But the question is, if 7 years out, the costs are actually 5% of the construction costs, or are 3% of the construction costs, that's, to me, the greater challenge, which is why I raised the issue of, unless we get the incentives right, because what could easily happen, think of the traditional way we do it. We give state and county money to a school system, they build the building, then they're on their own out of their operating budget to maintain it. So one school system could say, oops, we're going to add 12 art teachers this year, and we're not going to maintain it. Or we're going to polish every doorknob, and you could go. So figuring that one out, I think, is actually the challenge here.
So, Senator, thank you. And there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
And a lot of the parts are in place now to some degree.
Yes, that's a fair statement.
Under the definition, projected total cost of ownership, it's the same calculation as the baseline, which just uses a percentage, but this is where the architects, the engineers, as I talked about earlier, having standards in place for life cycle cost analysis need to be used, and they have to be real and applied to everybody. Plus the calculated 30-year cost to operate and maintain. And polishing all the doorknobs definitely comes into something that David would be looking at as he's going out and looking at maintenance effectiveness and what the work orders are being spent and that's real time, and we do reporting on that. So part of this is in place.
Okay.
And we hope that we see something like that we provide feedback, and along with all of the LEAs about best practices that you also have put in place. So these calculated costs would be based upon standardized building life cycle costs. That's an important piece. The IAC would develop this baseline cost data based upon industry standards, manufacturer recommendation. IFMA's asset, I mentioned that earlier, their new standards, and other similar information. So we have this body of the metrics that the designers, as they're choosing between various parts and components, would use. And hypothetically, with the total cost of ownership, you could spend more on a project cost up front, but it'd be less expensive to own and operate because you've chosen the materials wisely.
That's the energy efficiency example Senator Ferguson's talking about.
Absolutely. It probably, in my mind, would not occur without getting your gross square footage down, because that's the real numbers on both ends, both the building and the owning. Thank you, Senator.
I only have two thoughts about the proposal. One is when we're making decisions in the design about total cost of ownership, sometimes we're in conflict with the LEED requirements. LEED takes us one way and we want to go another. And I know the LEED is a discussion on another committee. The other thing is it's always a question of energy efficiency and durability, and we have yet to find a single source that appears to be the source on the best mechanical system, the best roof system. It appears to be opinion, and since things are changing so frequently, geothermal was the answer for so long, well, no, for the last 5 years. Now it's VRF, so things change, and I'm afraid that the standards and the guidelines wouldn't change to match that. So, for example, we thought geothermal was the most cost-efficient in terms of total cost of ownership, much more expensive to install.
Right.
We had a neighboring county that couldn't afford geothermal, put in a lesser system, and appeared to be more energy efficient. So we said, why are we using a more expensive system to install? But it turns out their utility tracking wasn't accurate. So there's so many factors at play, and it always seems to boil down to more opinion than fact, and that's my only concern. Hopefully, we could work together with a work group to come up with these standards, because it is going to be a little bit of science and a little bit of opinion.
I thank you so much for saying that, because I think when you first put in place a commission, with members that are to be talking about these things, that none of this should be in it should be in COMAR. These should be guidelines that if something's not working, you let us know. If we're not doing it right, you let them know, so that it's continuously improving. This is not static. We're going to be new technologies that are going to come up that we didn't even think of yet.
Right. So,
that need to be part of the consideration.
Right. So I don't want to belabor the point, but I will. Our architects loved 4-ply build-up roofs, which is a time-tested, proven technology, and we will get in excess of 40 years out of a roof. But the problem is, if you have a 60-year expected lifespan, at 40 years, you're going to replace it with a 40-year roof. So now you've got an 80-year roof system on a 60-year building. It doesn't make sense. So we're realizing that the first, most durable solution isn't always the best thing. It gets into everything, whether it's a block wall, a drywall wall, whether you cover drywall with ceramic tile. So there's so many decisions that need to be made. I'm not sure how we would systematize it, but it does get complicated.
Right, but actually, to address that specific point, the incentives laid out here as an option for consideration are solution agnostic.
Right.
They don't specify
Critical point.
that an LEA must save the money in this area or that area, or adopt any specific solutions, or doesn't push any technologies. It just says, if you can show that you are going to save cost, total cost, over the lifetime, doesn't matter how, then you get extra money. And the state and the local jurisdictions both win on that. And that's the final column S, is that it is a net savings, S, I want to make sure I said that clearly enough. S, it's a net savings for the state and the locals combined in every case, in every scenario. And so as we get back to the recommendations in the matrix, in section C, we have incorporated the changes that you all mentioned and recommended in the last meeting in January. And we have essentially three main recommendations now in C. One, create incentives that encourage LEAs to analyze and plan design for total cost of ownership. And we've just laid out and discussed a set of possible incentive options that basically just fleshed out what Senator Rosapep had kind of laid out and conceived of earlier. And then two more recommendations below that support and work with that to make, as the chairman said, there are a lot of moving parts here. There are a lot of support processes that have to work together. One of them could be, implementing post-occupancy evaluations using a standard template that facilitates the collection and availability of comparable information for all LEAs.
We heard that at the last meeting, that was supported, so we've left it, yes.
And then third, implementing standardized definitions for facilities data on cost, such as budget and expenditures that make up total cost of ownership, so that we can actually understand and compare cost of ownership across LEAs and across the state. And that would, of course, support implementing the incentives as well, make those work better.
We have one additional recommendation, and as we were looking at 1, 2, and 3, we think that they can be combined. And we think that the language would be create life cycle cost analysis, comparable standards and measures used in the tool for calculating the cost of ownership. I think that would simplify this recommendation, or we could leave it as is.
Bob, I'm just curious about how we know or understand cost of ownership currently. In other words, what are LEAs, with the support of the state, spending currently for their total cost of ownership of their existing facilities? And if we know that,
what we know, turn on and off. Okay, it's on. What we know is that what we call deferred maintenance, the items that need fixing that we don't have money to fix, continues to grow. It seems to be on a track that's escalating about 1.6% a year, and has been for a number of years. How much that each LEA is specifically spent is part of the problem, because the cost codes that we use, the National Center for Education Statistics that all LEAs report through, up through the Department of Education, does not clearly define the functional parts of a facility very well. We can look at numbers that get rolled up, and we might find that we have bus repair as we look at the roll-up numbers, we think that it's part of the cost of owning a building. So that's part of our recommendation that we've talked about before, why we need to have codes that are cost codes that are specific. So the short answer to your question is, I think that some LEAs have gone on their own past what we look at comparably in the stage. Frederick is one of them, Bob, and maybe you could define that, where you've used their own computerized maintenance management system and look at the data themselves.
So we do track our cost to maintain and repair in a work order system, but at the heart of your question, all of the LEA's budgets are defined by the reporting manual, which the state releases. And there's Class 10, which is operations, and Class 11, which is maintenance. As Bob states, tends everything from custodial support, which you would think is total cost of ownership, to de-icing the parking lot, which you can argue whether that is or isn't. 11 is, can be IT in certain areas. It can be me changing filters. It can be the warehouse operations. So it's not clear. So even if you could clarify that, then there's differentiation between the counties as to what the custodians do, what the maintenance people do. Some change filters, some don't, et cetera. So it's not clear cut, but at the numbers we're talking about, if you just compared people's class 10 and 11, you would probably have some idea comparatively of how the different counties allocate resources towards the operation and maintenance of their facilities. It'd be close enough for high-level analysis, I would think.
I was going to make that same suggestion. I mean, it's hard when you ask for our deferred maintenance. You know, I don't want to speak for everyone, but it's kind of a vague estimation because, yeah, I need to replace this building. Are we going to replace it? It gets very broad strokes, but I think if you do look at the maintenance and operations budget, but ours is the same way, the IT technicians and their travel is included in my operations budget. So it's like,
And
is
you
that...
decide that? You as the school system decide what's a 10, 11?
Right. I mean, that's probably across the board because just the way the employees are classified.
The state reporting manual states that.
Right.
It's very specific. It'll say class 10 includes the following, includes custodial, it'll say, you know, bus fuel goes here, all the other fuel goes here. So it's very descriptive. So there won't be that much differentiation between just a matter of whether you
And
have an in-house
it's not
IT or not.
that hard, and I think what I was going to suggest, the simplest measurement and verification tool would be dollar per square foot. I mean, you can pretty much drill down on that without getting into the weeds about we spend more on Smith Island per square foot, even though it's a smaller school and smaller population. So
Even on that, as I was looking, as I was trying to understand around the state, and Alex and I were looking at those numbers, we can see statewide that we spend about $7.86 a square foot for maintenance as it rolls up.
What was that again?
$7.86 a square foot, and that would be as of 2016, and the previous 10-year average, 20-year average. However, as I've talked to other LEAs, some of them have said, "Are you kidding me? We don't spend $3." So whether it's an accounting function or whether it's real, I kind of tend to think it's an accounting function, the difference in how that we are defining it. But I can't imagine how it could be such a large disparity between those two.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
On that point, two things. One is I introduced a bill this year that has a fiscal note on it, and I didn't go back to, I presume they got it for, is that right here?
Yes, and we're going to talk about it.
Okay,
Yes.
Because that's one little data point, good data or bad data.
Yeah.
But the other is, in our Prince George's School Construction Work Group last year, one of the things we asked the school system for was the maintenance numbers by building, which they don't have. And
It's done centrally, right?
right, so, but Sam Stefanelli, who runs the operation, said, we totally should do this. And so one of our recommendations was by next summer, that they will rejigger their accounting system to be able to, and you know, Bob would know this better, how this would actually work, but basically to do tracking so they're following it by school building, which is frankly, from a management point of view, kind of the critical point. And so I don't know what other school systems do, whether they track this stuff by school, but I think we thought that was very important.
That was my next question for you. For House Bill 1783, wasn't part of that bill or part of the not commission recommendation to do a needs assessment when it comes to, in regards to like deferred maintenance and?
Yes, it's to do a statewide facility assessment.
Right, that's what it,
Yes.
yeah, that's right, okay.
Bob, I was kind of going somewhere, and you quoted a figure of $7.86 as an average, and that's for the maintenance portion, and in any event, it would seem to me that if you had the ability to know an LEA's per square foot cost of ownership of its existing facilities, then your goal is to reduce that square foot cost of ownership over time.
I don't totally agree with that.
You want to increase the total cost of ownership per square foot.
No.
Oh.
I think it's more nuanced than that.
All right.
Because a lot of the reason the cost of ownership is low is because we're not maintaining them. And so what are the cost savings from stupidity versus the cost savings from brilliance? I don't think we're clear on.
Well, again, seems to me you can't escape your past mistakes.
Right.
And so I have to believe that if I spent X dollars last year, some of that X includes what I'm paying for my past mistakes.
I believe you. That's right.
Presumably, if next year I spend X minus 5%, that means that maybe I made fewer mistakes in the past. It could be.
That's all.
It could be I'm cutting corners and I'm going to have to pay for it in the future. But I guess my point is, so what? If my incentive is a function of whether I can design more efficient facilities using longer life cycled products and systems, and manage my maintenance more efficiently, it would seem like, okay, great, that's what we want to incentivize. And the way to do that would be to increase the state's, for whatever the change is in that measurement of per square foot cost. If it goes down, the LEA gets the bigger portion of it, and if it goes up, they still get the bigger portion of it. And so either way, it's more of an incentive than a projected analysis of what it might be.
I agree with you 100%, but this comes back, I agree with your micro argument. The problem is the maintenance and operation comes out of the operating budget, not out of the capital budget. And so it'll come back to the bill, it is a very small percentage of jurisdictions' operating budgets. And the politics inside school systems is all in the hands of the academics, not the building maintenance guys. And so,
Not always.
okay,
Not always.
Caroline County, can lead the world.
We're
I
not the
hope.
only one. There are quite a few that.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, that's what I was going to say, like,
Fair enough.
Milton, I'll use him as an example, and myself, as the capital person and the maintenance person.
helps.
I have a vested interest
I
to
agree
build
with it. No,
something.
I love all the maintenance people. I love all the capital people. I'm just saying, I do. I really do. I mean, I've seen this played out over decades in my two little jurisdictions, Prince George's and Anne Arundel County. And the politics are that when the budgets are being done, it's very hard to make exactly the rational calculation that you are saying should be done. And what I'm saying is figuring out how we incentivize it right, so we're spending more on what we should be spending more on and less on what we should be spending. I don't think we don't have a tool for it.
Could I add something? No, you're right.
You
And
don't think
that's,
the LEAs can figure that out on their
No,
own?
based on past practice.
I mean,
If they could, they would have.
so in this discussion, Dick, and on both points, the part that we're missing is how long are we making things last? It's not just a facility, it's the parts of a facility.
Yeah.
And and we heard this from the LEAs as we were designing and through the NOD Commission. We heard that we needed to know what the life of the building systems are, the primary building systems. The assessment will measure that, so we will have that constant. We'll be able to see that Frederick is making their roofs last, or Caroline or Somerset, 3 times longer than they should last. When we know that, now there can be an incentive, that if they are saving money and saving the state dollars in participation, then maybe those dollars ideally would go directly back to maintenance operations so that they could do it better, and if they didn't need it there, then the dollars could go to education. I got to say, in the end, the building's not going to teach kids, but we have to have a building that is comfortable for teaching to occur. So we don't have good, accurate information to drive the proper incentive. And on the Senator Rosapep's point, we have seen LEAs that are underspending on their maintenance. And I think as a state, it's a case, because our deferred maintenance, the cost of repairing everything, is now increasing. So we're not replacing probably parts of a building when we should, or taking care of them when we should.
I can show you this in 3 buildings in my district this afternoon.
Oh,
Very real.
So if we want them to spend less, but we want them to spend enough.
We want to spend it right.
Yeah, it just seems to me that, the LEAs can certainly speak for themselves, but if I'm an LEA and I'm currently, incurring a cost of $20 a square foot for total cost of ownership, and let's just say the state gives me half of that.
You mean if we change the rules?
Well, whatever. I don't know
Okay.
what the current percentage is. It's just,
No, it's, right now, it's nothing.
It's none.
That's really the point, is maintenance and operations is paid out of the operating budget. It's less,
Not exactly, because half of maintenance and operations is systemics.
Okay.
2% of that. So,
systemics
yeah,
aside,
Yeah.
it is just out of the operating budget. So it is a couple of percentage points out of the whole budget. And so when the budgets are being put together in every jurisdiction every year, there are all these internal lobbying forces going on. I want to open up my automotive program. I want more art teachers. I want to have more people dealing with kids who are falling behind in math. In that political internal process, maintenance often, not always, certainly not in Frederick County, certainly not in Anne Arundel County, certainly not in Baltimore City, certainly not anybody represented here, Caroline County, certainly none of those jurisdictions. But in some unnamed jurisdictions who are not present.
Not your house.
It falls off. And I can, on the off chance that Prince George's is not here, I can take you on a tour of 3 schools in my district, and you'll say, oh my God, for exactly that reason.
But, so the state participates only in the systemics.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what you got to focus on then.
That's the
'cause-
most expensive piece.
Right, so
the
that-
parts that you're talking about like doing a major renovation maybe 10 years sooner. If you're not waxing the floors or you're not doing, is that what you're?
No, I'm talking about High Point High School, where we have been waiting for 10 or 15 years to get a new high school. And the water comes through the ceiling regularly, and the investment has not been made because they don't want to do it because they want to make the case for getting the state funding for the new school. It's a mess.
No, they're not fixing the leaky
It's a
places.
mess. The whole system, the incentives are wrong. That's my point.
Well, I just want to say, ideally, if we did have all the numbers and we knew where things are, we would know when that school would need to be replaced and already have it planned, and it would have been replaced. It's not replaced because we've reached a point where it's a shell game.
The kids in the school know when
I
needs to be fixed.
totally understand.
I'm not sure I
Understand.
agree or disagree with what you're saying. Half our operating budget comes from the state, so you are participating in my annual maintenance.
But we don't decide what goes where.
You don't.
That's only the school system. County has very little jurisdiction over that. State has virtually no jurisdiction over that.
But
Okay.
so can we somehow provide some mechanism to monitor the systemics?
Yes.
And if we can then do that, then it can kind of address what Dick was getting to.
The assessment tool, part of the assessment tool is to look at the major building systems, the roofs, the mechanical, the shell of the building, and determine whether it has lasted as long as it's expected. If it's a 20-year roof, whenever the assessor looks at it, does it have 10 years left on it? Or is it a 20-year roof, and then when the assessor looks at it, it's got another 20 years left on it, kind of like the ones Bob was talking about, in which case we want to make note of that and track that those are being either properly designed or well taken care of. It can be one of the two.
Who is doing that? Is it
Well,
the
right now,
state or the
nobody's
local?
doing that.
Right, nobody's doing it.
I agree.
But this is something that 1783 has pushed forward, and we will have that tool. And then we will assess those, every school in the state, every 3 to 4 years. So that's current enough then that you can watch these trends. That couples in with the maintenance assessments that we will be doing at least that same period. Currently, we're doing it every 6 or 7 years. But the HB 1783 will, as we build to this, allow us to have 8 assessors that are doing the physical assessment and maintenance assessment together. And whenever we see a maintenance systemic that's not living up to its age, we can look at the work order system. I'm pointing at David. We look at the work order system and see, is it getting the proper maintenance that it needs to do this? So there's a lot of pieces.
So I think that at the outset, you give the incentive for the design. And then maybe there's an additional incentive that if there is proper maintenance, and it's demonstrable, reported, or whether it's every 3 to 5, whatever the timeframes are. So they're doing the work, and the savings is being indicated that there is going to be that lower cost of ownership. Maybe there's an additional incentive.
Amen.
On that.
Okay, so
Great
I'll
idea.
just toss this out as an idea. If we are measuring these and we are found to be credible in how that we are measuring, which needs to be constantly tested, particularly if there's money that is involved, then whenever that school eventually does come up where it needs a major renovation or replacement, and usually that decision occurs every 30 years, for a school, or it should, then at that point, we look at those figures and go, hey, overall, the building system average on here has outlasted what it should have by 10 or 20%. Maybe the same as what we're talking about here, that the LEA would get an additional portion of that, maybe a third of that savings.
You mean 30 or 40 years from now? I don't think that works.
Okay.
I agree, I'm totally with you. No. Money in hand, not money in the future.
Because no one's worried about that. They're worried about that operating
Make
budget.
it retroactive.
No, what I'm suggesting is you worry about you do it in
real time.
In real time, the participation in the operating budget.
Well, I'm saying you can do it in regular time. If you have a major renovation, and you look back over the last 40 years, and you have a roof that lasted an extra 20 years.
Oh, okay.
You can still do it.
Well, I think that is what we're saying. I thought you were talking about that you're going to give them when they build the new school, ultimately that it lasts longer. We're going to give you.
Well, that is what I was saying,
Yeah.
that all of the pieces will add to this.
Right.
I mean, the problem we're trying to solve is not an immediate problem. That's why we are where we are. It's a creep problem. We've crept in size, we've crept in not putting enough into repairs. The age has expanded, so therefore the repairs have increased. It didn't just happen all at once. It's just a little creeping problem. So the solution needs to have a component that is looking at the long game.
Well, I think the incentive should be when they actually do the renovation. I mean, we do major renovations all the time, or we replace HVAC systems all the time, and just add an extra couple percentage points that the state will pick up if these systems last longer than expected. Yeah.
But Senator, you're saying that's only 2% of a budget?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
So as an incentive, it's not particularly.
Oh, no. It's not 2%. It's a dollar figure, Dick. It's not, they're just saying 2% of the cost of they're estimating it to be 2% of the cost of construction. So it's probably a per square foot cost on an annual basis.
Right.
And so if it's being demonstrated to be saved, and let's say it's $5 a foot or $7 a foot in maintenance, and the state, let's call it 10, the state pays 5. And so the state might say, we'll give you some type of piece of ours. If it comes in at 8 and it's demonstrated that they're doing what's required, then maybe they get half of that.
Okay.
So,
Understand?
so they get an extra,
I would advocate that it would be for that school,
Yes.
rather than an average in the LEA, so
That's not what's presented now.
No, so IFMA, APA, all these organizations, BOMA, they throw out percentages of operating budget or cost. I mean, but they're facility advocate groups, so they're I'm not going to say they're generous, but I would doubt many counties fund at that level. I think the 2% is probably a very admirable target to have, not an actual.
Chairman, this kind of goes to the core point. I'm sure that's true. The bottom line is what the kids actually see in the schools.
Yeah.
And what kids actually see in a lot of schools, not every school, is inadequate maintenance. What the chief financial officer sees is excessive cost that didn't need to be there. And the way the decision-making structure works now, without some kind of incentives that we come up with, neither the kids nor the chief financial officer is getting maximum value for what's going on. That, to me, is the major issue. And it's not just a question of replacing a major system, although a lot of it's replacing a major system. It's a question of just managing the property to the kind of quality. Again, I come back to Brian and shopping centers. I mean, maintaining a shopping center isn't just about replacing the major system. It's making sure the sidewalk doesn't have big cracks in it. It's making sure there aren't potholes in the parking lot. It's making all that stuff that is part of maintenance, that is part of the school experience. And I don't think we should lose sight of. It sends a message about how we value education when we send kids to schools that look like a whole bunch of them look.
To that end, I also want to add that we have a whole lot of schools that have trailers, and that's not a part of any of this. And that really speaks to undervaluing education as well. And I'm not sure how we, perceive that in terms of the whole process. But I know, that when you get anywhere from 4 to 12 trailers at a school, your total cost of ownership changes dramatically as you're adding and throwing this in there.
Let me put that in the parking lot and
Okay.
come back to that senator.
Okay.
So I do want to sort of set some context of why I do think all of this is so important. Well, first the question I have, and then I'll give the context. The question is, you all have heard the conversation. How long does, from today to X point, how long is it that something like this could be drafted or could be conceptualized? And the reason I ask that is, I mean, in all candor, we were about, 90 minutes and one legislator away from spending $2.2 billion over the next 5 years. So there is a level of urgency that I feel that the conversation today, really, really matters for an outlay of about $2.2 billion in the next 5 years. Something will come. I don't know if it's that, but and then the other urgency is that if we do, and Senator Rosenpep pointed this out, that if we do the funding formula adjustments for Kerwin on the operating side, which will incorporate maintenance, there are things that can be incorporated legislatively on the operating side, formulas that could also kind of play together. So, there's 9 months between now and then. Is that a realistic target to have something like this created?
My opinion, yes. The assessment will allow, number one, the ability to say which schools are the furthest away from being educationally sufficient, which, if that's our target, to make sure that all kids are in educationally sufficient spaces, financially, you're better off to hit the worst problems first because you're going to make the most difference on the average. Second, this incentive that we are talking about that actually is looking at the present but affects the long haul, which I think we always have to come up with a solution for the long run. We've got to get us to a point of affordability, is going to make sense. And there could be other things put in, like on maintenance, and the tools that we have, which are the maintenance assessment, and the database, the facility assessment, could provide those measures to make that work. And then lastly, again, back to maintenance assessment, I think that as we are required to come up with best practices and standards, that we are going to be able to say this school is really insufficient, and there's a difference in insufficiency, which is never going to be solved in legislation, only in the solution, and that is fixing what's broken. We're going to have schools that are going to look bad through the parent's eyes walking through the door, but it's because everything is old and run down and can't be maintained. And those things can't be measured with a maintenance assessment very well at all. So sometimes we have schools that get really good maintenance scores, and it's because they are newer buildings. So the legislation won't solve that. But lastly, I think as we pull these two pieces together, if we can set priority, the highest needs, we can put some incentives in place so that whenever funding is allocated, it's spent in a very efficient way, and we keep an eye on the ball of how maintenance is working, maybe create incentives. that in the end, we can take everything that we measure through post-occupancy evaluations, through what works, what doesn't work, and pull it back in if you have a process of discerning the information. I would say possibly, and I don't know if this is my place or not, but if there were, this has been a great work group, from my opinion, to be able to flesh these things up. I don't think that there's a solution that we're going to come up with that is going to work for the next 30 years. So possibly, you've gone a long way in setting up the commission to be able to look at the day-to-day operations and adjust them. Maybe there needs to be some sort of a work group that annually meets for several weeks and hears and reviews what's happening, and what might need to happen for additional adjustments going forward. That would be, I think, a very important piece.
I don't know if this is a suggestion or sort of a question, but I know with the Kerwin Commission and the teacher salaries, for example, one of the things is sort of an incentive where if the locals kick in a certain amount, and forgive me if I get this wrong, because this is not my arena, but I know that if we raise our salaries, there's a match that comes statewide. Could that be applied to a maintenance program? So if we're able to apples quantify how, say Bob's spending his operating maintenance budget on maintaining his schools, and there's sort of a baseline that ties to the facility conditions index or the, whatever you're calling it, the assessments, those count, it would empower, I think, people like myself. I don't disagree that we're underfunded on maintenance, and that is a political battle when you're deciding whether to hire additional teachers versus maintenance technicians or versus filters. Preventative maintenance especially gets, thrown out first. So if there was a way to, like a state match for additional maintenance funding that's put in at the local level, that might help our cause in a more broad strokes manner.
I have a question about how you do this across a state like Maryland that has different climates and all of that. And the reason I bring it up, for instance, you have an urban school and they have the same type of roof as a school that's, say, in Garrett County in the middle of nowhere. And their school, the urban school, has no real trees of any sort, and they don't have to get up there and clean out gutters or roof drains and so forth ever so often, whereas Garrett County's up there every 6 weeks doing it. So just to maintain their roof in the same, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but I'm just saying, just to maintain their roof. And then on the other side of that, their temperatures are colder. They're running heat a lot longer than somebody who's in downtown Baltimore. And so their unit is more taxed than, say, the people. How does that get figured out? Not to
As far as what? Determining how much they should be spent on maintenance and operations?
And compensated or not penalized is what I'm trying to say.
I don't know how they would be penalized.
Well, okay, then compensated.
Okay, like you're talking about Danielle saying, how could you say that they are doing good maintenance, and the dollars that the state would invest would be a good investment? All right, so, and I compare that to an urban school that you're saying might take fewer dollars because of differences like vegetation growing over the roof or temperature and that. I think that you have to look at all of the factors, and it's not going to be easy.
Right.
You have to have some standard comparables that you adjust what you spend on maintaining a roof. There's by where it is and what it does. But I think the long picture is, if you have an urban school that is that needs a different type of a roof than a rural school, then you have to account for that when you're building it and what it's going to cost to own and operate. It's those differences that need to be built
into the total cost of ownership.
Yeah, in the total cost of ownership, and there's choices that have to be made.
If you do what Danielle says, if you reward the school systems who are spending more in maintenance, like Baltimore City, the kids are tougher on their schools than they are in my county.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to spend more, so you should be awarded for by actually taking that money and actually spending it on. And this is what Danielle's saying. It's not necessarily you're not getting awarded based on. I guess, the work to you, but at least you're showing the effort that you're trying to maintain your schools.
On the effort
That's what
part,
I'm saying.
the way that we do maintenance,
Whatever
what we call them
differentiates.
inspections, we're going to assessments, the way that they are traditionally done, the way we've been doing them, is that we go out and visit a school and we do optical observations. We sometimes take a look at the maintenance records, the work order reports, but that's not how we're going to do it going forward. If you're using an urban school, what we want to see is if something is broken, is it in the work order system?
Are they
Has somebody
fixing it?
reported it? And if somebody has reported it, how long has it been there? What does the work order aging report look like for that school? And you don't know if they don't have a system in place. So, you know, that's the first step. Is there a system in place and is it being used? And then then the next step above that is if you have a work order system, and yes, it's been reported, and it's over 180 days, which I have seen things that are over 180 days of a roof leak. The next question is, well, where's the capital for that roof? You have to, I mean, this is not that easy, but you have to ask all these questions to your point. The next step is we want to look at the capital maintenance plan. Is it because this school isn't in the right zip code? And so therefore it's not on the facility maintenance plan. You know, as far as the master plan, I'm sorry, for all of your capital expenditures and where they go. So our maintenance will be running, as we are assessing, we will be tracking back to that level. As we have an assessment, we'll be able to look at the assessment also and see the same things that the LEA sees at the same time. When we have good maintenance managers, they'll be able to use all of that information. How you get to a point of incentivizing that, I don't think you can get to that point until you're able to answer these other questions first.
You're right.
So that you can equalize and normalize what we're looking at.
That's exactly where I was going.
Well, you can at a PPP.
Figure that out.
I think integrated
So how do we make PPP symbolize of the process? Because you're not going to convince all these 24 jurisdictions to go into PPP.
So we've got a topic, Alex is reminding me, on 5E, where we're talking about
I agree
maintenance
with
and
you, actually.
operations.
I'm a private, free market person.
And so am I. You know, I think that you want to set incentives, but in free market and business, you have the measures in place that you are comparing, you know, and you see, you gotta have a speedometer on your car to stay the course, stay the speed limit. So we have 5E that in the afternoon when we're talking about some of the legislation that has come up, and it's about maintenance and what some of the ideas are. If we could come back to this first step about how to incentivize, and the way it is currently, the dollars in the awards, how that we might be able to help the dollars be spent properly, and talk about the maintenance in that later. I certainly have recorded that we need to look at, now it sounds like we're not going to have one more meeting after this, that we will see if we can come up with some ideas of how that we can award for somebody that's taken good care of their system, additional dollars to that good steward.
Right.
Bob.
I don't want to backtrack too much, but real quick, last time we snooped around to compare ourselves, we found that the cost per square foot was $7.31, and across the state, it ranges from $5.24 to $9.08. So there's a substantial difference between the different LEAs in terms of their annual cost per square foot.
Why don't we record that and so that we have it on the sheet?
I
Thank you.
sent you an email. Okay.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, thank you.
So that's a lot of variation. So let's get back to the agenda. And we are at total cost of ownership C. Are we okay with the revisions that we have just talked about? And Alex, would you mind recapping them? Number 4 are these new initiatives or new incentives that we've just added.
What we have done in terms of updates to the last version is that we are folding in on C here, Section C, total cost of ownership. We're folding together the items 1 through 3 to, say, create a life cycle cost analysis consistent and comparable standards and measures used in a tool for calculating total cost of ownership. And striking B, we want to have, we basically kind of streamlining these recommendations so that these cover the different pieces that go together for calculating total cost of ownership, and then ensuring that the outcomes are the ones that are required and desired through implementing post-occupancy evaluations and using standardized definitions for cost data elements so that we can actually evaluate and compare budgets and expenditures and make sure that the dollars are obtaining the needed return on investment. So are there any additions, any amendments to be recommended on these recommendations?
And that said, we've created a new question about incentivizing systemics and not just whole projects. All right? Shall we move on?
Yep.
So
All right, moving to...
We struck D and E at the last meeting because they were rolled into other areas. And I think now we're on what the old D and E, and now we're the new D that we did last meeting. We're on multi-use spaces.
Right. So item D, multi-use spaces, the issue was that school facilities sometimes have large spaces that are often used for a single purpose. State law can be interpreted as not allowing multiple uses. And the recommendations that came out of the previous meeting were are listed on the right. One, and that is to review and revise statutes, regulations, and policies that impose any state restrictions on the use of space, and to share information on multi-use best practices. We want to clarify that the use of space is a local decision, and that we want LEAs to have the flexibility to use their spaces as they can innovate and to use them in multiple ways. And then the best information, best practices on that, the state can share amongst the LEAs.
So you're recommending on D1, just so to recap, is that we add to number D1, like possibly after restrictions on, to clarify that a use of space is a local decision. I think that's been an important discussion.
Can
Okay.
This is for all of these and these similar type of ones. I mean, if we get the first two parts right, the total cost of ownership and the square footage recommendations, I think the state can get out of all the rest. Right? Like if they, I mean, right? Locals are going to do that. I believe that locals have the best of intentions and are doing the best that they can, and the state money fundamentally comes down to: is there a general use of capital dollars efficiently? If so, let the locals do their job. And but
that was the basis for the NOC commission, is to try to get as much further money we can get. Yeah.
Implement it with these recommendations.
So I would say even on the COMAR review, like, I mean, a real COMAR review, that's like a start from scratch, right? Assume gone.
Right.
And then rewrite, because if we get the total cost of ownership right and you get the front end approval right, it doesn't matter what the state thinks should be used in the auditorium space.
Exactly.
Am I wrong? I mean, I'm push back if you think that that's incorrect.
Yay. I think that's absolutely.
No, it's essentially, I think what was understood here under these is that the state should be hands-off.
Okay, so I mean, that's where revised COMAR, I mean, to me feels.
Repeal
like,
COMAR.
Yeah, if there is, I mean, really, it's like a zero base, you know, start from scratch. We know what's out there. Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
The lawyer looks unhappy.
And the second part of D of the multi-use of space is for us just to watch, to research, watch, and share best practices.
Right.
And continue to evolve.
Not commission.
Which fits into what you just said.
Get out of the way.
We'll learn a bit at a time.
I'm almost wondering if there's something just in addition that should encourage either it's alternate or shared use, for instance, shared libraries with, community libraries or things like that. It seems to me that there should be some sort of incentive that takes us behind, an 8 to 3 school use and enables other alternate shared uses. It might make it more difficult to sort out how the funding of that works.
So that's our next subject.
Okay.
That'll be E.
Great, okay.
And we've spent a lot of time on that one, and let's look at it more closely. But shall we move on then from D? Sounds like that one's getting pretty close. Alex?
Yep.
And Chris? We'll do E.
Okay, so on section E, that's specifically
Read
about...
the issues first. I think that's
Right.
important.
Right. Section E is specifically about community use of school spaces, and the issues listed here are that the ongoing costs of owning and operating a school can equal or exceed the original cost. There's not enough funding in LEA budgets to support both the essential educational spaces and the additional use spaces for recreational, social, or health services. And, of course, what makes it more difficult is that members of the public often feel that they should be able to use school spaces without paying for them, however, because they've already funded the construction with tax dollars. And so the recommendations here on the right are 4, and those have been amended to point out that, number 1, we need to research and share information. This is kind of follows on the point made previously in D. So we need to find the resources and share them amongst the LEAs around cooperative use agreements, have standardized leases and cost per square foot. 2, explore the idea of requiring cooperative use partners to make a payment to the school that goes towards owning and maintaining the space. So there's the how to do it and what to do it, then there's the how to pay for it. And then 3, provide technical assistance and best practice information. And that's, of course, that's one of the roles for which the IAC is well positioned. And then 4, develop an online toolkit that can be offered to LEAs that include tools such as a joint use cost calculator. There's one available on the web now that helps calculate the actual costs for school spaces so that LEAs can make a determination as to how they should charge for the use of that space. So I think that these 4 recommendations cover both the informational and the cost side solutions and make best use of the IAC's sort of position as clearinghouse could be one way to describe it for those best practices and tools.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think this issue is a very important one, and I think I agree with the spirit of it. I guess I have a little different conceptual framework. And again, this is another issue we took up in the Prince George's School Construction Work Group, is we regularly in Prince George's County for the past 10 or 15 years, we didn't do this when Wayne Curry was county executive, but we've been doing it for the last 10 or 15 years, is we regularly don't integrate our county recreation facilities with our schools. 2 different bureaucracies, they don't like to work with each other, they all want to control their own little pat of butter. Total waste of money. And totally goes against the issue that you raised about how members of the public think they've already paid for the school, they should be able to use it. Well, the members of the public are right. We literally had a school proposed, and it's going to go forward. I tried to fix it, but I'm not going to be able to fix it. We're building a new school, and the school is going to pay for the soccer field. It's not a huge amount of money, but it's a bunch of space, and it costs money in an area where a lot of people play soccer. Everybody in the community ought to be able to use this. They probably will let them use it. But the school system should not have had to pay for it, is my view. It's a community amenity that benefits the kids who go to the school and benefits the folks in the community. And stupidly, the school system is spending limited school construction dollars to do that instead of having gotten with our parks department and said, you should be paying for the, at least in my experience, Anne Arundel County is much better than Prince George's in this regard. I don't know where the other counties are, but this general issue is a mess. And the spirit of this goes in the right direction. I think being a clearinghouse best practices, I mean, I think frankly one thing that would be very helpful with the IAC did an inventory and just shed some light on this. To what extent are we sharing, the recreation is a big one that comes to my mind, but there are probably others. The other piece of this, which makes it more complicated, is that school facilities are generally very underutilized. They're only crowded during 8 hours during the day.
185 days a year.
185 days a year. That's a very good point. We grossly underutilize our buildings.
Not anymore.
Not
Not anymore.
There are programs, yeah.
People in our buildings all the time. I think.
But not at the scale that we build the buildings for at all. Right. So they're grossly underutilized after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, every weekend, and all during the summer. So the public view that these public assets should be utilized much better is exactly right. And so I don't want to create a policy thrust to sort of discourage it. I want to create a policy thrust to encourage it, to make much better use of these grossly underutilized facilities. What we're doing in Prince George's County, which is the school issue, is we are in the process of designing an entirely off-hours CT high school. Because we got 7 overcrowded high schools, but they're only overcrowded during the day. That's, I think, the way we got to keep people thinking about this joint use issue.
So hearing that, and number 2, explore the idea of requiring cooperative use partners to make a payment to the school that goes towards owning, maintaining the spaces. And you gave the example of the soccer field. Pragmatically, the cost of building the soccer field is probably, it's hardly anything compared to what it costs to own and operate, to water, to mow, to replace the grass.
Yeah.
Those are the big costs.
I'm with you. I know, it's the same issue, though.
Swimming pools, whatever it is, the big costs come later. So wonder if striking 2 and instead, so that we're heading in the right direction, replace it with educate the public on cost of ownership, which is more than the original cost of construction, so that that type of decision, whenever it comes up, and it kind of gets back to where we were on some of the other total cost of ownership, we say, all right, you're considering multi-using this soccer field. I believe in the long run it would be less expensive for the LEA to put the soccer field in and then let the Park and Recs department take care of it from then on.
And that might be one solution. I actually think the people we need to educate are the county governments.
Okay.
It's the county governments who have some control over the school system, not enough,
Okay.
and control over their parks department or whatever the other agencies are. They ought to be thinking strategically about how to make the best use of their taxpayers' money. I'm not sure how you do that. We're just kind of dealing with this, but I mean, that's where the issue is, because in reality, the Parks Department doesn't want to deal with the thing. The school wants the soccer field,
Yeah.
and so they're like, okay, well, let's waste everybody's money.
So educate government and the public on cost of ownership?
I don't know. I think we need to think about this more, but yeah,
Okay.
some
well,
variation on
Well,
that
we'll put
theme.
it in the draft that way, and then we
Something,
can
figure out what to do.
send it out to you and then
It's a
talk
great
about it.
opportunity.
I have kind of done it's not official, I wrote down that we need to inventory shared use, but as I've gone around and asked, about these recreational spaces, and the state participates up to 3,000 square foot on common space, but I haven't found an LEA yet that the county participates on anything more than the cost of maybe heating or cooling, which is a small fraction of the cost of owning and operating the school when you talk about custodial, as well as your systemic cost and everything else that goes along with it. And I wonder if, just informally, we could get some feedback from the LEAs on that statement I just made.
Anne Arundel, they get overtime for custodial workers from Parks and Rec.
Security costs.
Security.
Well, but I would say overall, this is a challenge, and I sit on the capital budget subcommittee, and you guys see when we get a lot of these bond bill hearings, a lot of them are track replacements, a lot of them are lighting, a lot of them are bleachers, a lot of them are, turf fields. The reason is that these are ineligible costs. I mean, the state doesn't pick up any of these costs. It's all borne by local government. So I think and I was talking to some of the people on our budget committee to help sort of fix that thing, is we do have a windfall of program open space money now that we have 100% of the transfer taxes going into that program. The majority of that money still goes to land preservation. Still a large amount of it goes to buying property that's out, just buying land and taking that land off tax rolls. For me personally, this is just my opinion, and I think a lot of my colleagues share the same opinion, that I think that money would be better served in parks. I think it would be better served in using it for those ineligible costs like bleachers and track replacement, lighting in stadiums, fields, and because I can tell you we're replacing 2 tracks in our county and they're $350,000 each. That's a lot of money.
Real money, yeah.
That's real money. So I'm going to try to have a bigger conversation with more of the members of both the House and the Senate on how we're going to spend a lot of this new money with program open space. But I think that if we can free up some of that money. Because it's all recreation, is what we're talking about. I mean, it's public recreation. Obviously, if we do that, then we would have to open it up more to the public and for
Right.
more public use.
I agree with that. I mean, this is where differentiation counts. In a Prince George's County, we have an independent tax for parks. And they collect a lot of money locally. And so having them develop their own little infrastructure to do parks and recreation and the school system doing their own is like totally nuts. And it comes back to gymnasiums again. I mean, gymnasiums are grossly underutilized if they're not open to the public. I mean, there's so much way to make this work better. I don't know what the answer is, but I want to work with you on it.
All right,
That's a bigger discussion, I think, than this probably is work.
we may need to put something in the parking lot here. Let
Yeah,
us
say something.
digest this and.
Somebody ought to figure it out. We're not going to do it.
Okay.
Right.
All right,
Right.
well, that brings us, it's 10 after 12. I think that we're through what we were going to cover in the morning. Do we have lunch here? So back in that little back room, we have lunch. Should we plan to get started again in 30 minutes or 20 minutes till 1? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see if we can get going again and work through this. Maybe we'll finish before schedule. And we'll draft revisions and get them out for everybody to take a look and consider if we're still heading in the right direction or not. I appreciate all of the discussion. There's nothing right, nothing wrong. We didn't get to talk about portables completely. We may have to circle back around to that. I think it might work in here at some point or another. The next issue up is state-rated capacity. It is a legislative request that we review the process to determine SRC and make recommendations on any needed changes, including updates necessary to address special programs in adjacent schools. So go ahead, Alex.
Thank you.
And Michael? Michael Baer is from the Department of Planning.
Okay, good afternoon, all. As you recall from our previous discussions, SRC is a general estimating tool that the LEAs and the state use to estimate the capacity in terms of students of a school building. And the benefit of it is that it's a standardized formula and process that all LEAs can use, get the same answer for the same sort of building, makes for comparability. It's used in APFO decisions and other local development decisions. However, it is a very rough tool, and it does not adjust over time to changes in usage of a building. And although it has been in place for quite a while, the LEAs have reported that the supply side of student capacity often differs from the true availability of capacity in a building. So the IAC staff, Department of Planning, and MSDE folks have all worked together recently to come up with a draft proposal for a state facility capacity calculation that would be more accurate and would provide a better and a more an updatable method of calculating capacity of school facilities for the purposes of capital funding decision making. And so in response to the recommendations here, which are listed under 2A, supply side, maintain the use of SRC for high-level decisions regarding housing development approvals, and then consider launching a joint state-local effort to develop a system for determining agreed-upon supply-demand for school facilities at the local level. One step toward that is included in your packet here as the draft for review, improving the calculation of the capacity of school facilities. And this is a short white paper of 3 pages that lays out a potential calculation process that could help LEAs in the state arrive at a more accurate calculation of facility capacity. And I'll just walk through here quickly the key points here.
That paper looks like this one.
Yep. And the problem this addresses is that equity and efficiency both require that the state consider the need for student capacity in a given facility and community when it allocates state capital dollars. So we need to have an accurate measure of capacity in any given school building and, of course, in the surrounding school facilities so that we know whether the seats exist and the space exists to meet the needs of the community to educate its students. So the solution that's laid out in this white paper is for use in decision-making around state capital dollars. We use a more accurate calculation process for facility capacity, and that would be using, in part, the utilization type analysis that we discussed earlier this morning with regard to Greensboro. And this helps us get a real sense of what are the spaces that are student service spaces in a building, how are they being used, how much are they being used, what's the true capacity of the facility. And the key is that this would be a process in which the facility capacity calculation would, the existing SRC for an existing facility would be grandfathered, would be carried over, and would serve as the facility capacity until a major change of use. And these major changes of use that are listed here are a change in program type. For example, switching from a CTE to a comprehensive high school if the building is being repurposed, that affects more than 10% of the enrollment. Change in the grade levels that affects more than 10% of the enrollment. Change in the special needs status of more than 10% of the enrollment. Or change in program requirements, for example, adding pre-K programs in a building that affect more than 10% of the enrollment. If any of those four major changes of use take place, the LEA could recalculate its capacity using this more detailed utilization type analysis. They would need to document and consider factors such as the enrollment levels by grade, projected staffing, design of the schedule, and other items such as changes in class size or student-teacher ratios, which, as we know, are quite variable. They do change over time, and they do affect what will end up being the practical capacity of a facility. So this, we have put forth as an option to carry out the work group's recommendations, this proposed facility calculation. Michael, do you want to add any?
Let me kind of put it in a capsule real quick. So the current SRC program talks about number of students in a box. Doesn't talk about whether that box is this size or that size. As we saw Greensboro earlier and we talked about them, we had an open school plan, so that makes it even harder to make the SRC, but we've made some estimates on those and they stick in place. But the point on Greensboro is they have determined that for that particular demographic, they need to have 1 to 20 smaller students, 20 kids per teacher, rather than the larger number that the SRC assumes for this box. So the SRC applied to that school that's going to be brand new will not agree with the number of students that go to that school. That's a problem because there are a lot of decisions then that are made that follow based on that number. So this process is intended to leave the SRC as it is. Can't do anything about water under the bridge. As you said earlier, Dick, you can't take back the mistakes that you've already made. We leave it as it is, but then as we go to the next major renovation, as we replace the school, we renew the school, we do the design capacity that's specific for that school the way it was designed. Here's how many students it is intended to hold. And that stays that. It doesn't change unless there's a major shift. The school is elementary, now it's high school. That's a major shift. You'd need to do a new design capacity for that school, which you would. And then the new number goes on it until there's a major shift of some type. So that's the essence of what this is suggesting. And it would be more accurate for, I think, both planning as well as the local educators' use.
And just to add to that, I think from the Department of Planning standpoint, we try to look at it to understand how it functions within the program, but then also how it ties into the APFO. So I think we think that by having it be more steady, unless there's something that's happened within a school that requires a change, that will allow the development of community to understand a little bit better what's going on in terms of school capacities across the counties.
Can you just clarify what the action item? Can you clarify what the action item is?
Yes. So we have a number of the draft recommendations that are here on page 5 of this. We have maintain the use of the SRC. So no change. Leave as is. Number 2, consider launching a state-local effort to develop a system for determining agreed-upon supply-demand for school facilities at the local level. I think that process is already in place, but it's not standardized, how that we walk through that process. And as we've just described with the new tool, it would allow us better information and less opportunity or less requirement for looking at the supply-demand. But nevertheless, we want to, number 3, have a way of using looking at at GIS information on the supply side. Where are the kids coming from? So we know what the capacity of our schools are. There's not a big question mark on them because we're using a more exact figure. We start looking at student migration, which is becoming bigger and bigger all the time. Let me just sidestep. We used to use cohort estimates. We look at birth rates, kids coming to the first grade, and we could just follow them through. Families didn't move around as much as they do now. That's all gone out with the bathwater.
So the reason I ask is I think there is a general question in my mind, at least for the value and use of SRC. What is its impact? And I will say in the city, we have moved, particularly in high school, to an entire district of choice. So every school is school choice. We know there is a preference for nearby is where kids are most likely to attend, but because it's a whole jurisdiction. We just passed a bill this year that allowed for inter-district schools between Carroll and Howard. And I think, if we see expanded CTE and centers of CTE excellence, there will be probably even more transportation issues. So having it as an objective number, I think, makes a lot of sense, just so that we have some baseline by which elementary schools may make a little bit, maybe an easier place to have SRC be more accurate based on kind of neighborhood demographics and trends and birth rates. However, on the conversation about shared use, I actually see if SRC will remain as a lever point for accountability, for lack of a better term, I think having incentives in the SRC where you may have a big building, but if you found a way to use it cooperatively with a state agency or a city agency, that can have some mitigating factor on your SRC. If you're under your state rated capacity, but you have entered into a cooperative agreement with an agency to share space, you can get sort of a, inflationary SRC or something. That's where I can see the cooperative agreements having this body's role with cooperative agreements having the most impact. But I guess is the intention that SRC continues to have an accountability function?
Yes.
And what is that accountability?
Well, the accountability are that we don't add on to a school that has lots of capacity still yet. It's also been used even in systemics where we have populations below 60% of their utilization level. They're what we would call, and there's a question whether the SRC is correct or whether the design capacity, that's part of the mismatch with what it is specifically we're offering. But if it's below 60%, is it a good investment, particularly if it's continuing to decline, to put new roofs on it? Or should we look to, we need to ask the question, should those students possibly go somewhere else, or should we tear it down and put a smaller school at that location? So there's lots of decisions based upon that information.
So that means it very much is an accountability tool. And that's where, in my mind, again, it's a place where there could be incentives if it's underutilized and the school district believes locally this is really important for us to keep this school in this community, that there are other mechanisms that could impact SRC, because you're sort of stuck with the buildings you've got to some degree. And so it's a very inflexible metric. And I think if there were ways that we could incentivize more efficient usage of existing capital stock, that would benefit a lot of us.
Mr. Chairman?
So let's get some discussion. Yes, thanks, Senator.
I just walked in, but I got the entire thrust of what Senator Ferguson was saying, and I agree with it 100%. I think the SRC thing was set up for the 1970s. It's a suburban school building concept, which is why it got so integrated with adequate public facilities ordinances. That's an issue in a modest number of our communities over the next 10 or 20 years. That's definitely Frederick, that's definitely Howard to some extent, that's to some extent Anne Arundel County. But that's not where most of the kids are. That's not where most of the schools are. And I've seen over and over again the inflexibility of this concept that was sort of set up for the 1970s, not really dealing with the real issue. And again, as Senator Ferguson said, it focuses everybody's mind on what additional building you shouldn't build, as opposed to focusing people's minds on how should you maximize the value of the buildings that you have. And part of the issue that, I'm not going to put words in Senator Ferguson's mouth, but I've seen it in southern Prince George's County where we have half-empty schools, the way you have half-empty schools in Baltimore City, is the half that's full has high value as a community institution and for those kids. And it's sunk investment. And what we don't do very well at all, I assure you, my county doesn't do it very well, is think strategically and regularly about how to make better use of the buildings we have. Perfect example. It blows my mind that, and this a Baltimore City issue too, is why we have waiting lists for schools where there's a lot of demand and we have half-empty buildings. That's like blow your brains out. But we have no strategy at the state level to incentivize local school systems to take underutilized facilities and take over-demand programs and match them in an efficient way. Again, my friends from Baltimore City know more about how Baltimore City does it, and you do stuff in that area. But I'm sure you do it perfectly. It is not done perfectly in Prince George's County. And so I just think that's a much bigger issue than this 1970s concept that goes into adequate public facilities ordinances. It's important it's like the urban versus rural thing. They got different problems in Caroline than we have in Prince George's County. And this tool is just a blast from the past.
Okay.
I guess I just had, I mean, just as we have a lot of our communities that are transitioning and increasing population densities,
Right.
I see the need for understanding capacity, or at least planning for capacity, as a very real issue. And I guess, I'm just wondering how that's addressed without trying to identify some sort of capacity component, because at this point, and actually I think when a lot of the communities were conceived, they were never anticipated the growth that many of them have had, and I think that's just trying to address how we accommodate that.
And the shrinkage, it goes both ways.
It does, right.
So, and again, this is migration. This is what we
Yeah.
talk. Most of the recommendations that we have here are about understanding that growth or decline in an area, and as we talked in the previous meeting, the way that CDC looks at a disease outbreak.
Right.
It's moving this way or that. We don't have tools in place that allow us to look at this very accurately. And so part of the recommendation is to build those tools so that that information is available to everybody, not just students in your LEA, but students that with new facilities that are crossing between LEAs. What are they doing? How fast are they moving? Because of the decisions that we make, we need to know that information. The way that we've calculated it in the past don't work. So that's one side of the equation, and the recommendation. And then number 1 and 2 that are under the supply side are this tool that we call the standard that are used in these development questions, really. Is there adequate school there to allow this development to build, or do we need to add capacity first? So they're two separate issues, but they work together.
But I also think that some of those questions are potentially asking the wrong question, or do we need to rethink the way we're conceiving of schools?
Okay.
Yes, amen.
Right.
That's where I was going.
So say that again, and maybe put it in a recommendation.
Well, and I guess that it's, the way that we are designing schools is typically a 1 or 2 story school across the board for every solution, particularly for jurisdictions that are increasing in density. There's a reason or a need to focus on creating a similar capacity school on a smaller footprint. And how do we address that? We might still have capacity issues, but we might need to consider a different format for building schools. That we, for instance, have a vertical school, or we take a look at reuse of other facilities in order to accommodate that in a different fashion.
Okay, so we've identified, say we have the tools in place, we've identified that there is growth that has occurred over the last 10 years, and based upon that and looking at the rest of the county, we say that, yeah, that growth is likely to continue. And you are going to suggest that we need to plan far in advance where we need to build schools, right? And
Well, I think that either and it's hard to plan far in advance, but I think that we need to take a look at, given the opportunities that we have now, we have these sites, and we have a 2-story school on this site. Do we need to take a look at maybe making that a 4-story school? If we have that site available? Or do we need to take a look at, repurposing an office building that has an adjacent site that can have
So again, you're looking at the demand side. You have
Correct.
better information on the demand side.
Right.
So that whenever you do build a school, you're building it based upon better information that we shouldn't just replace the school.
Correct.
We should double the school at that location. Or in some cases, the school needs to be cut in half.
Right, but this goes to the issue that the superintendent from Montgomery raised at the hearing on the big school construction thing, that he was concerned as to whether the IAC would mess with him if, I brought this up with you, and you said, no, you would not mess with him.
No.
Mess with him if he wanted to, instead of building a new school the old-fashioned traditional suburban way from the 1970s, if he took over one of the many underutilized office buildings in Montgomery County to turn it into a school. We ought to be incentivizing that kind of thing. I went through the same thing in Prince George's County. We needed a place for a school. The school system really only wanted to look at property they owned or property the Park and Planning owned, so they'd cut down trees to do it. We got Metro to agree that they would sell the land at a Metro stop to the school system to build a middle school we need. And the school system came back and said, no, our policy is we need 12 acres for a middle school. This is only 6 acres. Blow your brains out. I think that's the strategic issue here.
Right.
The SIC is, the state rated capacity is like a minor issue compared to this strategic issue. I think that's, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what you're saying resonates with what I'm saying.
It is, and I know we recently converted a 4-story office building to an elementary school in Northern Virginia, and that was,
Bingo.
It was an opportunity building that was in an area of need and accommodated.
Better, faster, cheaper.
Had to happen, right.
As long as it provides the educational function, that's the bottom line, right? That's how, my view of the world. So a couple of follow-up questions then. Is that owned then by the district?
It is now, right.
Okay, so they purchased the building.
Right.
They renovated it to meet their needs, however that was.
Yeah.
Sounds like they did, you were
Yeah, we
involved.
had to add a stair
So
and whatnot.
let me apply it to the incentive that we talked about earlier, total cost of ownership, where we have a standard that says, here's the way we typically do it, the IAC looks at it, you come up with a way, or the LEA comes up with a way of saying, hey, we can purchase this property for nothing, we can renovate it, get it the way we want, and we've just reduced total cost of ownership by 40%. Should there be an incentive for that? I think so.
I would think so, right.
Yeah, if I might, Mr. Chair, I think the incentive we're talking about, total cost of ownership, deals with the economics of it. I think it's more the culture of it. And I don't quite know how to address that, but I think it is an issue worth addressing. I mean, I think from the thought leadership role of the IAC and from the best practices role, I think that's clearly a role that you guys could play, at minimum, is getting all these examples, all these kind of different ways to do it, and helping school systems become more comfortable with thinking outside the box on this stuff.
And, you know, IT people are the hardest people in the world to try to get to think about a different solution. You know, you'd think that they would be, and I don't hope nobody's an IT person here, because they get beat up so badly when they make mistakes.
I know.
Because everybody depends on them, right?
School facilities people are the second.
Yeah, they very much are.
Absolutely, I'm with you.
They don't want to make the wrong decision. So there are going to be early adopters that are going to want to do something different. And there ought to be incentives in place that would allow that and reward them. And then everybody else is going to look and go, okay, cool. Our job would be to make sure they know about those different ways of doing it. But I don't think we can invent it here. I think invention's going to occur locally. That's how I believe it.
Bob, how would that look, I know that was in Virginia, but how would that look from the IAC's perspective? Like if I were, this wouldn't happen in Somerset County because we don't have big empty industrial or businesses, but in a more urban area or area that has something like that, I believe that, is it Washington County did their CTE?
Yeah, the hub.
Red.
Yeah, project.
Yes, because we toured it at one point. So how does the funding formula and all of that work when it's not one of your existing buildings or a new construction? Is it, I mean, I know, I guess you treat the acquisition of the property just like you treat site acquisition where it's not part of the project?
The IAC participated in portions
Right.
of the facility. So it wasn't a holistic. There's the University of Maryland and hospital group and then
But for, like, if we use Chris's example,
this
if that
example.
were to happen
Yeah.
here in Maryland.
Well, currently, if you were able to purchase that property and to rebuild it back and, to make it into a school, as far as the IAC goes, we don't participate in the purchase. We could participate in the renovation as a major renovation or renewal. And we would participate up to the maximum, which is the eligible cost defined by our gross square footage in that. But anything you did below that, we would just say, thank you very much, we'll pay whatever percentage state share is.
That's really, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I want to hear what
I understand the math. So that's part of the disincentive right now.
Yes, yes.
Because that's why they use property they already own, because they think it's free. Whereas if you got to buy something, you're not going to share in the cost.
Correct.
So that's a fix. That's what incentivizes folks to buy.
Land purchase is part of your bill?
Well,
Well, we excluded it. We didn't make sure that we make sure, 'cause, yeah, you can't depreciate land, or it's not depreciated like the building is.
I mean, any property, I don't know if Kim's here and can tell you about whenever somebody, or Michael can, disposes of a piece of property, you should see what we have to do to demonstrate the state got its share. It's.
Well, we can fix that. That's
Okay.
law. Mark?
That's right, we're gonna look at the.
Bill, and yeah, I mean, I'm serious about that.
Size of bond ratings and if it's got bonds on it and.
Yeah.
No, but we're working back.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just talking about if a significant part of the cost of a new school is purchasing an existing building, and right now the state doesn't share in that cost, that clearly disincentivizes local governments from doing the economically smart thing and evaluating purchasing existing buildings as well as doing green fields on land that they think is free.
True.
Fixing that would do exactly what we're talking about here. It would open people's eyes and encourage them to look at the best option, not just the theoretically cheapest option, that isn't really the cheapest option.
Okay, so we're back up to incentives.
Yeah. I was just picking up on that.
I think the state doesn't pick up on the land because it's the local governing body that owns the land, and the land doesn't depreciate over time. The value goes up over time, and I think that's the reason why the state doesn't include that. And I think, is that?
Yeah, no, that is right, but if there's land with a building on top.
Right.
I think the question is that, yes, the state would not participate in the land, but would the state participate in the purchase of the building?
Yeah.
And then do the work on it?
Yes.
That would make perfect sense.
At this point, the IAC, and boy, I'm glad you're sitting there with Elliot as well, if the IAC had a project come to us, one, the state's not investing in property that's not owned by the LEA, right? So the property would have to be purchased already.
That's fixable.
And we would not, we're not participating in that, but we would participate in the renovation of that.
Right, but all you just have to change it so you can participate in buying the, I mean, it's crazy to say you'll fix a building or build a building, but you won't buy a building you have to fix less. I mean, that's like nonsense.
So
Why does it exist?
So the state won't. These appraisals, though, when they do an appraisal, I mean, they break it down between the land and the improvements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The state should. So right now, if an LEA were to buy a strip mall, they won't, even the improved part of it, the state won't participate in that purchase.
I can only speak to the IAC.
Right.
And my limited experience with the IAC.
Hold on to your wallet.
And that is that that building needs to be in the possession and ownership of the LEA before we look at it as something that we can invest in, so.
That should change. I
But
agree
that,
with
yeah, that's the disincentive, because then I'm not
That
gonna
should
go
change.
buy the building
And you
if.
may not get the cost.
Right,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
the
Yeah,
cost
yeah.
of the building itself should be rolled into the
Absolutely.
project.
Legislation.
And maybe that's something that gets examined at a feasibility study level to determine, you know, right now we look at renovation, addition, or replacement.
Right.
But maybe then we also look at repurpose, you know, or purchase and repurpose, or however you want to call it. But you could cut out the site acquisition costs and keep that separate.
And the big advantage to this, in addition to saving taxpayers lots of money, which is like a good thing, is it tremendous help with community redevelopment.
Yes.
From a smart growth point of view,
Yes.
it'd be huge. And one of the responsibilities of the IAC is to promote smart growth. And this is a way the IAC could really promote smart growth.
Is there anyone that knows why that would be the case? I mean, just, it has to exist for some reason that prohibition exists.
Because it's never been done.
It's never been done before. It's all legacy.
yeah, I
Wasn't
think
done
it-
in 1940.
Yeah, it just, yeah.
Don't know. We'll ask around and see if we can find out and bring back.
That'd be great.
We'll bring back a recommendation that we could maybe offer. You tell us whether we're in the right direction or not, and maybe the history.
And-
I would also think that while you do pay the site cost, if you're doing a renovation, you're acquiring something, you're not gonna have much site cost either, comparatively. So my guess is that the total cost would still probably be less even with the acquisition. I mean,
Absolutely.
as you do all the renovations and so on, because your
Absolutely.
site work would be gone.
Well, that's true. The only time that it wouldn't be would be if you bought something that was 3 times bigger than what you needed, and you would have to do the repairs on something 3 times the size. It would probably eat up any savings you had over time.
Or
so-
you do joint use and you'd make a deal the way
Bet.
Monarch has done in Annapolis. For the property they don't use, they gotta deal with the library system.
Okay, yep.
Cynthia, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
What happened with the design school? Because that was an already existing building, and it was gutted, but
Okay, so to be honest, I really don't know. It was before my time, and I haven't really been part of those discussions. Like, I have no idea, to be honest. Sorry.
I was in the school system. I was in the school system when we did that one, and then Bliss, Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women, and there was my understanding was, and they're different because Bliss is a charter,
right.
Design School's a
not.
contract,
Yep.
and there was a deal made where the operator would purchase, renovate, repay, and then it would fold into the school system's portfolio after they had fully paid the mortgages.
A special deal.
Basically, it was that was my, I know that
Customized
was the
deal.
case for Bliss. Design School was a little bit different because there was
Yeah,
like,
say
there was
we
like a
owe money
philanthropic
on,
component.
but we owe money on design school. For it to come back to us, we actually are paying. So there is a portion that we are paying every year on the design
But
school.
I think those are one-off kind of
Yeah.
deals
Yeah.
on the buildings.
They're
but
workarounds.
They're workarounds. They're workarounds, yeah.
And I'm just thinking, because I know that we've done a number of projects on non-public schools, like Kennedy Krieger's, the Green Spring, the old children's hospital, we did that, and that was repurposing
A lot
that.
of
We've done
times
it in a
charters,
number-
the way that they operate, and there was a gal there, Dorothy Hellman, that's on 21st Century School Director from the KIPP schools in Orange County. And the way that they operate that makes this work so well for them is they have very good principals typically, those schools, and they say, here's the dollars per student. It includes, it's everything for teachers, for building, for everything, and then the principal gets to decide how they want to spend the money. And they oftentimes are educating in much smaller footprints so that they can have more dollars for the teachers.
What a good idea.
Sorry. Doug's coming to tell me that I can't lean back and talk.
So that
plan-
direction will take, sorry, go ahead, Senator.
Sorry, the planning issue. Can you just explain what the planning, like what's the interest in planning here?
Okay, so I don't reside within the public school construction program.
Right.
I'm part of the Department of Planning. So we actually process all of the property transfer and site approval requests. So the fact that, as we were talking, the principle that exists in this program is that for a public school facility to be open, it has to be on property that's owned by the Department of Education or the local LEA. So if there's a transfer then to local government, we have to process that, we have to review. If there's a disposition, we have to review. If there's acquisition, we have to review. So a lot of it's about a due diligence in terms of that. Sometimes, depending on what the action is, it has to go through our state clearinghouse, which allows for the other state agencies to review it. And that may flag some issue if there's an environmental issue, for example, that maybe hasn't been resolved, that will be identified. And then when it does go to the IAC, as Bob was alluding earlier, if there is any bond debt that's attached to it, there's a requirement for repayment. So we are looking at it from that standpoint. But then as we look at the state rated capacity, we're looking at it both as it functions within the program here, but then also as it relates to adequate public facilities ordinances, which is because we're working with local governments within our other statutory role within the Department of Planning is important as well. So from that standpoint, however we define SRC, it really is a level of service that is being measured and then can then be managed by the local government through the APFOs.
Do you usurp them, the local government? I mean,
No, we absolutely do not. We
I didn't mean
monitor them.
That wasn't a loaded question, I'm sorry.
No. Help them. We in fact, we have a Sustainable Growth Commission that meets on a regular basis, and at the last meeting, where there was some discussion about this because one of their work groups is for APFOs. So they're very interested in what happens with this, both within the discussion here with the Specs Workgroup as well as with the IAC, et cetera. So, however we do it, I think the key point that Alex wrote in here is that this has been a very blunt tool that offers only a very rough estimate. So how can we improve that tool? And so there is both then, I think from a planning standpoint, for me, personally, I want to see that it works very well with the program and all the stuff that you've been talking about all day. But then also, we have to understand that it does have application outside, which we're also concerned about, and how that functions as well. So designing that obviously is pretty tricky, but we definitely, and I will note that a lot of the concerns that have been addressed by this have been things that we've heard previously through other discussions. So I think this is one take at it. There's certainly, we'll see how it moves forward, but what I'm imagine we'll be refining this as a program moves
Right,
forward.
and to be specific, the next steps listed at the very end of this little white paper here notes that the next steps would be to vet the proposed calculation through the LEAs for input and feedback. We would want to do that right away, and then bring it back to the work group and then to the IAC for ultimate adoption. But again, this facility capacity calculation process using tools is not to replace the SRC for local development purposes, decision-making purposes. It's to put in place a much better, more accurate capacity measure for school funding purposes.
So if I could read the charge from the legislature again to see that we're getting to that point. Review the process to determine SRC and make recommendations on any needed changes, including any updates necessary to address special programs. Schools aren't all the same in how many students they can hold, and adjacent schools. Whenever we are renovating or replacing a school, what's happening with the adjacent schools? So being able to have an accurate measure of existing schools and its capacity, and being able to see mobility-wise whether the population is growing at all those schools or just that one school, are the two solutions that we have on the table to bring forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator?
My concern is that a tool that was designed to protect state money from being wasted because the state thought that the locals were too stupid to figure out where they had to build schools. Before your time, has been turned into, over the decades, a growth management tool.
I don't know the history.
I wouldn't say that necessarily. I think it serves a couple different functions. I mean, it's a level of service. So in terms of growth management, yes, there are adequate public facilities for roads. There could be for any type of public facility.
I understand that, but well, correct me if I'm wrong. I may be totally wrong. My impression is that the number has basically been taken by different jurisdictions in different ways to drive adequate public facilities ordinance and facilities fees. Prince George's does it totally different than Montgomery. Montgomery does it totally different than Anne Arundel. and I'm not saying any of them are wrong, but it's basically taking a hammer and using it as a saw.
Yeah. I agree
Sure.
with that.
In some cases.
It could be viewed that way. I mean, I
It is
think.
viewed that way by me, that's what I'm saying.
No, I understand. No, I mean, again, we have to go back to where we start and even how this is framed here. It's about the supply and the demand. So in some ways, the adequate public facilities addresses inefficiencies in our program to be able to meet the needs. And so one way to potentially slow demand is to slow development.
I got it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work.
I'm not sure what your question is then.
It neither manages development well, nor does it manage the distribution of where kids ought to go to school well. That's my concern, is that it's exactly what Alex said. It's a very blunt instrument, and it's used for purposes for which it was not designed. And it ends up, I've seen this over and over and over again. I mean, this was the issue in Washington County with the stuff they wanted to do downtown. It's the issue, it may not be an issue in Baltimore City, but in Baltimore City, which has choice for all their high schools and all their middle schools, is like a whole different thing. And then we have the communities where their school is a very important part of their community. It isn't just about a school, it's about community definition. None of all the important stuff is taken into account in this number. And I just would like to at least put on the record, nobody may agree with me. I think a little tweak to this thing will lead to 20 more years of failure in development policy and in getting rid of school overcrowding.
Okay, so we're not talking about tweaking. What we're
Okay.
saying is to maintain the use of SRC for high-level decisions in housing development, as is, and then replace it as a
with the other
school-by-school
measures.
basis with a real design capacity. This is what this facility is intended to do.
Okay.
then
And I would
that's
suggest, maybe we should make a recommendation to the Department of State Planning. They should come up with an entirely well-thought-out replacement for SRC for the purposes of growth management. Because what they've been doing for years, it doesn't work. I mean, I've lived in the state for a long time. I see it not
Well,
working.
I think that is this. I think that's what is, that we're talking about, is that in 30 years, if we go through all of the schools, and we've done major renovation or replacement of those schools, and we have new design capacities that are for that specific facility, that would be the number. That would be the number of students that are served at that facility. At that point, the SRC would be phased out on each of them one by one. So we end up with more accurate numbers at each facility and not just the blunt estimate. And then if a school changes along the way, it's, example I gave
I get that.
School now, it's an
You
elementary,
change it as use
then-
changes.
That's right.
But I just think the local governments are relying on a number that is not very reasonable.
But it would be accurate then. Then they could
Okay, well,
rely on
okay,
it.
I'm not going to belabor the point.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir.
It may be accurate, but not useful.
I see.
That's all I'm saying. I'll leave it there.
So the one change here, though, in the recommendations is to add number 3 on the supply side, by the way, just wanted to kind of call that out, is that we know that we don't have, we're not using technology that's available.
Isn't this from the
GIS.
last meeting that we brought this up and it's already entered in, it's underlined? Yeah.
Underlined, yes.
Yeah. So
Sorry.
it was agreed at the last meeting.
Right, I stand corrected, thank you. No change on the other items on B or C. So in terms of any amendments, changes, comments to suggest to these, or are these recommendations now reflective of the work groups?
Well, I think from my perspective, listening to the conversation that's just occurred, this draft recommendation of number 1, maintain the use of SRC for high-level decisions regarding housing development approvals, does not align with the solution of improving the calculation.
But that's what, you're making my point much more eloquently and briefly than I did.
There we go. And so we need to, if it is replacing over time, this needs to say that specifically.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think this is a demand side problem, but maybe a third, I mean, this is where, and I don't know if it's feasible, but an incentive of incentivizing partnerships of the space. There's the C, that's existing facilities are underutilized. Prepare total cost of ownership, that study administrative. I mean, I think it would be if we could incentivize districts to use their space
Yes.
efficiently, that would be, I don't know if that's in B or C, and I don't know if there's a general agreement to that. I mean, there was a general agreement in the prior conversation, but not as it related to SRC.
So I think it makes sense to go and see if there's if we can word something for that. It would be I would think, to explore, develop incentives for better utilization of existing spaces could
For
address that.
non-educational purposes, or for extra educational cooperative agreements between between agencies or jurisdictions.
Well, a perfect example is Katie Hester's bill. This,
Yeah, that's what, I mean, but that's all educational space.
no, I know, but it's all educational space, but that is an example of the bigger idea, which is underutilized space is an asset, not a liability.
Okay, the solution on C, Senators, says when projects are being planned to increase the gross square footage, that I think that maybe we can modify that to say that doesn't necessarily have to increase, that there may be underutilized space that could better utilize existing space, that total cost of ownership should be considered, that they can reduce their total cost of ownership by having somebody else come in and pay rent on the space or selling them half the building. I think that we need to work on this recommendation of C to go both ways.
Great.
Is that?
Yeah, I just think the total cost of ownership loses it a little bit. I think it's right in the factual, but it loses the concept of incentives for school districts to explore cooperative agreements in underutilized space so that it has a positive impact on state-rated, their accountability measure of state-rated capacity, something along.
Right.
Let us work with this.
Yeah.
I think that's
something like
great. That's exactly right.
But we wouldn't want them to give half the space that they're going to take care of.
Yeah,
So it's
they
going to
can-
increase their cost. Okay, I think I understand, okay.
So I understand what you're proposing. My understanding of the current situation is you have to recalculate SRC regularly. Does that requirement go away then? Once you're grandfathered? or-
I believe it would go away.
Okay.
Unless you change the school.
Gotcha.
So I guess then to that, I'm just trying to understand, particularly when we have jurisdictions that are not, allowing school choice, but are looking at jurisdictional schools, that raises the issue potentially with trailers. That, we have a lot of trailers at certain schools because development is, or population changes have adjusted, and I'm just wondering if there's any way to assess or account for that in what we're looking at in terms of the recommendations.
So the way that this solution has been described is that it would be the design capacity of the facility as it's built.
Right.
So if there are more students at that school than the design capacity, clearly it's over capacity, whether there's portables there
Right.
that are housing the students or not. It would look at the number of students that are at that school being over the capacity that it was designed to hold. So
Right, yeah.
if you had 10% of the students in portables, the school would be at 110%.
Right.
Out of SRC, a estimate number, it would be factually 10% over the capacity that it's designed to hold.
Yeah, and I guess and maybe it's just that it doesn't create a solution for addressing that. I think it's simply just a means to identify the problem, but not a means to
looking at
address that more
holistically,
broadly. Mhm.
You have kids that show up that nobody anticipated, and we don't have a good way of predicting it right now. The methods that we use for calculating growth were invented in the 50s.
Yes.
Right? That are birth, first grade.
Sure.
Right. So we don't look at, some LEAs are starting to, looking at registration each year. Which school that child is registered in, what grade they're in, and then watching to see how they move around. But we don't have a systemic system that's able to capture all that information. So we see, as I said earlier, on a on an animation level.
Sure.
You know, what's happening. So in your example of how do you solve a problem, I think if you have one school and you've got 10% of the population at that school, is the best solution to put an addition on? Or is the best solution to take that 10% and the 15% over here, 20% over there, and build a new school? You can't begin to make the right solution unless you have all of that information. And is the population going to continue to increase based upon some information? Or is it actually going the other way? I mean, so as you know, a design solution has to consider everything.
Right.
You can put an addition onto that school, and you may find out in 2 or 3 years that it was a temporary problem. And now you've got space that you have to keep paying for, for forever. So, sorry.
Oh, I just lost total focus of what you guys are talking about.
All right, we were talking about portables. How does Chris brought up earlier, how do we deal with portables?
Right.
All right, and it was looking for a way how did the SRC, as we are proposing, deal with portables?
Okay, and the way the SRC deals with it now is it ignores them, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And the way you're proposing is it continue to ignore them.
That's right. It would, you would have students that would not be housed in that design
Okay.
capacity. So
But I don't want to put words in your mouth, but weren't you sort of more alluding to, is there an incentive to then look at redistricting if you have if you're in a jurisdictional setup like we are, and you have one school that's very overcrowded and they're looking at adding on or building a new school, but you have the next adjacent catchment areas that are underutilized, should we be incentivizing the localities to look at redistricting, which is a very unpopular concept?
Right.
But it would level out utilization.
Yes.
And again, I thought that's where you were headed.
And I guess that, and just thinking that redistricting is not necessarily the only option.
It isn't the only option.
Yeah, right. And it's the alternative to development that, do you have an opportunity to partner with another institution that, that takes over space that's underutilized, or do you build more that allows you to accommodate a lease that has somebody using that space for a number of years when you're projecting 5 years from now, we're going to need this capacity, and you have a 5-year lease on space that, enables you to grow into it, or are there opportunities like that you incentivize kind of a more flexible planning system that's not just, this is only education use, and it will forever stay as education use, and we're going to accommodate that either with, classrooms that are full, classrooms that are empty, or trailers on the site that, that are serving that only purpose.
Chairman Harman, I just want to underline that 5 times. I mean, this model is based on build a building for a certain size and hope demand doesn't go up and doesn't go down. That's the current policy.
that's currently the way we build.
And that is nutty. It's totally contrary to our experience. In point of fact, there are all kinds of changes. Part of them are changes in birth rates. Part of them are changes in generation. Part of them are changes in migration into this country. Part of this is migration of people to other jurisdictions. So that's kind of why I'm so uncomfortable with keeping this basic model that misses the big picture.
The model is only to provide the information. It does not dictate the
But
solution.
we do what we measure. I mean, that's why this thing has become such a powerful force. I mean, that's why people are obsessed with this, because it's very much related to development policy, and it's very much related to dealing with school overcrowding.
I think it's just a forecast, and I think, and this is why we're having these discussions about flex frame buildings. This is why we have the discussions. I mean, portable classrooms, from my experience, they don't look good. Maybe we can do a better job making them sort of fit into the architectural design of
Yes,
the
we
school
can.
itself. But but it gives you flexibility is what it does, and it allows you to flex up or down depending on these variables that you're talking about. I mean, this is just a forecast. I mean, forecasting is very difficult no matter what it is that you're trying to. I don't know. Am I missing?
No, the more we can have an idea of where the students are going to be, then the better we can house them. And whether we're housing them in a building that exists, whether we're housing them in an existing building that has capacity, that's the adjacent schools question that the IEC has always followed. If there's existing capacity, we need to look at that first rather than building more. But there's a lot of questions using the SRC whether the capacity is really there. And that's because over time, reduced student-teacher ratios have occurred. That makes a difference in education. The fewer students per teacher makes a difference. So we don't have as many large population classrooms, but we have a lot of those classrooms that are still there.
Too big, yeah.
Well, and they are using the SRC model to say that this is how many students it will hold. But the education philosophy that is being applied won't put that many in there. So it says that you can put more students in that school that you really can't, right?
One part of the problem, though.
Yes.
That's only one part of the problem. That's my point.
Yeah, no, that is just part of it. It's misinformation. So the purpose of this is to try to make the information more accurate so that you can make whatever the decisions are that would be best for that community. The GIS portion is to create
Yeah,
better
that's important, yeah.
forecasting.
And they have the resources. I know at least you added Salisbury University. They have the resources there, and the students can certainly get more information, which will make it easier, hopefully more helpful to make decisions, I think.
Let me ask you one more quick, throw out one thing before we move on. Is there any appetite or thought, or anybody have ideas about creating some incentives for school systems to better use underutilized space? I mean, that's really, to me, a big part of this issue, is typically, I don't say typically, I know many examples where they don't manage the asset the way it ought to be managed. And they're assets.
Yeah.
And so it's crazy from an educational point of view, it's crazy from a financial point of view. I mean, it's not their core business, and I understand that's why school systems don't do it. But if anybody had ideas about how we could incentivize that, I think it'd be a good thing.
I'd like to hear from the LEAs, but I do believe that if we can develop standard total cost of ownership tools that we are using, that concept of what it's costing, that is real information that the public would want to know, so that if there is a question of closing down a school, now there's a reason for that.
Yeah, but this is where we get off. This is where, as soon as you go to closing a school or redistricting, my experience, that's a political statement by people who don't want to make the change.
Okay. So
now, those are not the realistic important options. The realistic important options are other uses, like Senator Ferguson has been talking about, joint uses, choice schools, things that are popular, not unpopular. But school systems traditionally say, well, if you don't do this, we're going to redistrict, and everybody gets up in arms. So, I mean, to me, moving it away from that, I think that the additional choice I think is really important.
I would like to hear from the LEAs.
So I can give one example. We had an elementary school that was split into two buildings on either side of the street. When we rebuilt it, we went to the one that had historical value and expanded the size of that, which left us with a vacant elementary school because it was so well maintained. We have now occupied that with a special education program that's benefited because it's downtown, so they have access to businesses and transportation. We have some administrative functions that moved in, but I think to your point, they teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club, which was sponsored locally by a nonprofit, and they've occupied the building, and there's a business arrangement where they pay for some of the renovations, and then they pay back to the board, in a sense, in a lease arrangement. So there's a partnership in an older building in a downtown area where it's succeeded thus far.
Is it still counting against your SRC?
Because it houses a special ed component, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I mean, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I think, and Michael could probably answer this, but the cooperative use space doesn't count towards your SRC. So that's a benefit to having it, because, I mean, we have it in some buildings too, and it did reduce our SRC, which increases your utilization, which is what you're going for.
Actually, I have a question. So in Kent County, they have declining enrollment, so they have space that they're not using. Suppose, for example, they have, they want to, say they're economic development department or whatever. They right now, they don't have enough space, or it could be their district court or something, or it could be whatever, they need more space. Could they take part of Kent County Middle School or Kent County High School and do a complete renovation, carve out a certain percentage of that school, and just block that out for a completely separate county government? And then would the state participate in that, in the cost in doing that?
The IAC CIP could not participate in the cost of that type of venture because it's not directly related to education, but it is indirectly related because it will lower their cost.
It would lower the cost, right, over time.
Yeah, that's a great example of the disincentive.
Well, and you could up to 3,000 square feet probably, right? Because
Oh,
we
yeah.
sort of did that with Head Start. We did it at Chrisfield High School, the Head Start, and Talbot did it too. That's not your county, but Head Start took over a portion of a high school that was underutilized, but we also did a renovation at the same time. So we were able to capture that 3,000 square foot cooperative use because they're going to be using our auxiliary gym, and there is a little bit of overlap. But it did, the incentive for us to do that project was to reduce our SRC and utilize and increase our utilization.
That's interesting.
And it seems that, like with Head Start or with seniors programs or with health services, investment in, community-focused programs that are in a location that's going to benefit that community certainly benefits, in a much better way than abandoning a school and leaving it there.
Exactly. Exactly.
So I was not part of the negotiations, so forgive me, I can't give you great detail, but back to the Lincoln Elementary School, the board had a RFP, RFQ type process, and there was more than one user that wanted access to it, so they picked the proposal that best suited the community.
Mr. Chairman, one
Yes.
thing that IAC could just do, when you can get time to, is just do an inventory on this issue.
That was what was in the other thing.
It is? Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Facilities assessment.
I stand corrected then. Because I think you're right, I think just shining a light on it would be a big step in the right direction, because I'm constantly discovering underutilized spaces.
And if you were to do something like that, I would certainly have a mandate where they would have to pay a rent toward this,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta operate,
Yeah.
Yeah. Get it up. Great, okay, thank you.
I think Baltimore City is doing that because they have a list of schools that that have RFPs out. It's like nobody's knocking the door down to get them. Because, again, they weren't maintained, some of the ways, and the buildings are a mess.
Well, if they do.
That's just the surplus, the whole building.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The whole
So-
building. That's
Right.
not what we're talking about here.
Right, that's, yeah.
Could be, I mean.
They're talking about declining enrollment.
Because you've got declining enrollment, you've built a new school, you've moved people out of that building, you don't need that building, you want to get it off the rolls, but it's not like folk are knocking down the wall.
We're talking about Carroll County and Kent County, where they still need the school, but they're just not utilizing it.
Right, we're talking about Southern
So-
Prince George's County.
So we have a few of those too.
Yeah, you have
I
some.
mean, we
Okay.
have the variety, the whole gamut. One of them in the Cherry Hill area where it's quite unutilized. We actually haven't been able to find right now a partner who is interested in going in there. That doesn't mean we're not looking. We do it all the
adult high
time.
school will
We
be
also,
going there.
But if the
yeah.
city and the state,
We co-locate in our users, and do that to, raise utilization across the board all the time,
if
so.
the city and the state invested in renovating that school and offered attractive space, do you think somebody would lease that space?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. I mean, yeah.
So
I don't
here
know.
you're talking about, is there the knowledge and the expertise available to make this work? You'd have to do a market study of that area.
Yep.
Look to see if there is demand. And if there's demand, what would it cost to bring it up to meet that demand? And then it's I don't know if within the state that we have a real estate office that could provide that kind of support.
That really goes to the issue, I think. That was my impression 2 or 3 years ago, talking to folks in Baltimore City about this in terms of Baltimore City School. It's certainly my impression in Prince George's County, is management of real estate assets, particularly those that are not being currently used for schools, is a competence that is not in school systems.
Right.
but it should be, because we have hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money invested in underutilized assets.
It's probably more than hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
They're still assets, like you said.
So maybe that's something we ought to be looking at, the IAC or the Stadium Authority or somebody to provide help to all the jurisdictions. Once you do this survey and you find out where all this underutilized space is, and go in with real estate experts and saying, what can we really do here to maximize the savings for the school system? That's their incentive. And the community redevelopment piece of this is like
Maybe
huge,
some of that rent go
because these
back
are
to the
all
state,
in
too.
older communities.
All right, so we have another recommendation.
All right,
We'll
thanks,
add it.
thanks.
Thank you. That was a good discussion that led up to that. Very good. Anything else on state-rated capacity? This kind of fell back up to the incentive side of things, but it fits here too. They're so interrelated, aren't they, all of these various subjects? All right, so let's move on then. Kim, if you wouldn't mind, this is regional cost per square foot for school construction. And we came up with recommendations last time. The one that was new last time has some underlining in it under number 2, set aside 2.5%. We're going to recommend that we add total annual CIP so that it's not perceived as a project by project, that we start taking 2.5% off like we used to, because we can't do that anymore. So 2.5% of the total CIP that is held by the IEC as a contingency, so that if there is a project that for some reason bids high and we need to move the project forward rather than redesign and value engineer, then the IEC has the dollars that they can make that decision to keep it moving forward. So that and total annual CIP would be an inclusion we'd like to add in 2, right behind 2.5%. Kim?
Now is it on? Okay. All right. Good afternoon. The issue that I was discussed is the IEC single cost per square foot measure does not reflect the variability in construction cost across the state. The cost per square foot figure is developed annually based on a sample set of actual bids over the last 6 to 12 months for new and replacement schools, and the review of industry standards. Developing a regional cost per square foot is well-intentioned. However, the sample set is typically relatively small and does not always represent all regions of Maryland or all school types. Some years we've had as few as 3 bids. This year we have 9 bids from 5 jurisdictions. And the average of those bids that were bid in 2018 was $284 a square foot without site cost. The state figure was $302. The 4 bids for calendar year 2019 averaged $318 without the site cost, and the state figure is $318 this year. So while it's not a perfect methodology, it's the only methodology that we have to try to come up with that cost per square foot figure. And it does play a role in determining what the state participation would be in each of the projects.
Okay, so in the discussions that we've had previously there are so many variables, even down to the day that you bid and what else is bidding, that to try to develop these regional adjustments, I believe we determined was not possible because of the sample set, and that a better solution was be more holistic and look at case-by-case variances that the IEC can grant as needed.
Yes, we have that ability with COMAR 23030207.
Any further discussion then? We'll leave this one behind.
So the
Yes,
the
go ahead.
units would be up to the local jurisdictions to prove to the IEC that, hey, this one project costs more than it would cost somewhere else in the state.
That's exactly right.
And you guys could make an exception, sort of like you did with the
Yes, and there's
EL
precedents
student, yeah.
for that
Okay.
Yes.
across the state in
That works.
past years. Yes. Okay. And then,
So move on to the next, cost per student school construction.
and so the state is not actively incentivizing cost savings in school construction. And yes, this is true. And we don't have any recommendations or changes to the recommendations that were from the last meeting on this topic. So,
And where we left this was to try to create more holistic incentives, and that's the work that we've kind of worked in other areas of our presentation in our so far. It seemed to be the most logical way to allow allow the incentives to allow invention that's going to get us in the direction we want to go. So there wasn't anything to do further to actively incentivize cost savings on school construction, except for what we've already done up in 1 and 3, and recommended these total cost of ownership type incentives.
Right. If I might, I agree with the words, but I don't think that if this is all that goes forward, it clearly communicates it. I mean, I think when we rewrite it, it should say the draft recommendation is to use the total cost of ownership per student incentive. Put in the negative instead of in the positive. I think that's what you mean.
Yes. Okay, we will reword that based upon what you just said. And so therefore, to the second part, B.
The state is not actively incentivizing the lower total cost of ownerships. And so for that, we just have the recommendation to add number 4, see recommendations for 1 and 3 above.
So that would go below 3, and it's as I just said.
Same.
Look above, right.
Just to clarify on this one, number 1, is that, again, LEA district-wide or school by school?
School by school.
Currently, if we could get to even district-wide, we would be good. We don't have that information currently as
So
far as.
maybe it says initially district-wide, and,
I'm sorry, Bill, I'm missing, where are you talking?
number 1 at page 7, number 1, B1.
B1.
I'll read it. Collect data on LEA's facility operation, maintenance, and capital renewal activities. Analyze the data and provide reports to state and local tax.
I got you. Start with the district and try to work your way down.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
That's going to require an additional staffing capacity on our part to collect this type of data.
And number 2, we've just been talking about underutilization and ways to do that. It, again, fits within that.
It fits totally
And,
within that.
you know, I think 1783 that said that we're going to develop best practices is exactly how this is going to work. We're going to discover something, and then we'll share it, and maybe you all will figure out as we go, legislators, how to further incentivize that and make it go forward. But I again, as I said earlier, I think this is something that needs constant review, you know, as we are trying to reinvent how that we own facilities. Number 3, Kim?
Develop requirements and incentives for LEAs to reduce total cost of ownership. And then 4 is we're going to add C recommendations for 1 and 3 above. But these are also things that would be determined by the funding work group, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I would be surprised on number 1 if many, if not any LEAs would be able to give you a school-by-school cost breakdown. I mean, I don't think most of the accounting systems are set up that way, that would be accurate, to be honest with you.
That it would not.
I don't think it would be very accurate.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator?
I thought that was just Prince George's.
Really? You think it is generally the case that school systems don't know how much they're spending on maintaining each building?
I would say it'd be an anomaly if someone had accurate figures for operations and maintenance. I mean, utilities, obviously, yes, but with different shared resources and what have you, it's just not set up. The accounting's not set up that way. Because you're saying you'd need additional state staff to do it. I'm guessing some LEAs would say they'd need additional staff.
What Prince George's told us, they just need to change their coding system. They just need to take for their work orders and code in what the building is.
And we actually just started doing this, so I agree with Bob. It probably is not across the board.
Right, yeah, okay.
but it is, for us, it was just coding per school, because we used to generally, even, communications, all the phone bills got coded. And that's probably a bad example, because that one is a lot easier to break out, but, if we, general maintenance stuff,
Yeah,
kinda
yeah.
gets lumped together.
Yeah.
But you can, but ours still isn't perfect. There's a lot of-
No record-keeping system is ever perfect, so perfection is not the standard, but it just seems to me from a management point of view, if you're managing buildings, you want to know, as the manager of the building, how much you're spending to manage the building.
And that's why we.
I mean, is there any argument against it?
I'm sorry.
Do you do it by work orders?
It depends
No,
on the
it's
system,
more
how
of a
sophisticated the work orders
It's more
are.
of a finance side. Again, Somerset, very small, so my secretary codes every bill that comes through maintenance and operations. And now we code them by school building.
And we do it by work order system.
Yeah.
But
But
we've
we
only
could,
have
we
2
just-
years of data.
You do have it by building or don't have it by building?
We do.
Yeah, but isn't that a best practice that everybody should be doing?
It's
It's a
new.
best practice, but imagine that when you completed a work order, you have to put the number of hours that you've worked, the materials that you've used for that. And it's an additional effort that you could be fixing something else that is really important to be fixed. So it's a balance that I think that the LEAs are trying to achieve. And the systems that are being used, sometimes the folks that are there to do the work are not the most keyboard proficient and data proficient people to record the data. So it's kind of a catch-22 with the available resources and who does it. It's a problem, though, that all the LEAs are working to solve. Most of the LEAs in the state use a common maintenance system that is easier to use than some of the others. And so I think there's progress that's being made in that direction to get to that point. But just to get it captured for the whole LEA is a good first step.
I'm not channeling Senator Ferguson, I'm just going to steal from him. I think before I vote for $2.8 billion of new money into schools, I'd like the local school system to be keeping track of how they're taking care of their existing buildings.
Okay. I'll pitch a standard maintenance management system that's used in the state then, so that we can all train together, we can all learn together, the data's all recorded right, we figure out things together. So if you want to get to that point of having better information, you need the platform to be better.
I agree, and I mean, I think it would be a very modest share of $2.8 billion to try to get a system up so the systems can manage this at a building level.
It would be less expensive than what the LEAs are all paying individually, honestly.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Trying to help.
Okay, we'll move on then to item number C. Jamie?
Check, check. All right, so the issue is the public can more easily understand dollars per student versus calculations in the current system. And some of the potential solutions that have been discussed translate properly scaled square footage into cost per student for any given project, noting that scaled square footage accounts for increased efficiencies in schools with larger enrollments. Pros for that, comparable information. Cons, masks total square footage. It's a fairly small item, but based on the proceedings from the last meeting, staff has revised and refined the draft recommendations to read. LEAs provide both cost per square foot and cost per student per the draft Ed Specs total cost of ownership estimating tool beginning at Ed Spec submissions.
So this is what we discussed this morning, that I think that we've headed off or resolved this concern, the issue.
Any additional discussion about?
Sorry. I just want to add, and this may be for the private industry folks. I mean, I imagine in the private industry when you're building and doing the same thing over and always trying to be as efficient as possible, that there's always this evaluation of systems. We were talking about geothermal. Having some sort of non-percentage-based item that allows for the description of things that will reduce the total cost of ownership over time, but do you see what I'm saying? Like heating systems, solar versus geothermal, or materials costs. I don't see that in here, or a section for that.
You know, I think the difficulty, and I thought about it a lot this morning because we talked about it for much longer, is that when we look at this calculator that we have in front of you, it's more of a sketch planning tool. And at the time when you would use that, you would not, you may not know what would be appropriate for the building at that time. And so when you come back around to actually start doing design, then you've got those decisions to make. But it may be hard to have that discussion sort of put the
Project
cart
by
before the
project.
horse,
Okay,
right?
okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, that makes sense.
I will throw something in on that point, because a lot of times as we go in, and I think I heard the lead mentioned earlier that we are doing things in order to get those points because of that requirement, and that's changing from from previous legislation, 1573, and we can now begin to look at other ways of doing that, and we need to. Part of it is the disconnect from the design and what is intended to what actually occurs. And then there's a lack oftentimes of a feedback loop back to the next design. So the designer, best of intentions, doesn't recognize that something's not working right. Industry has been using building-specific utility measurement devices. I was involved in a project that did it statewide for schools, so that there was real-time understanding of all of the utilities usage from the moment that you turned it on. You knew whether it was doing what you expected it to do while everybody's still involved in the project. And then that gives longitudinal data, too, to see what changes over time as you figure out how to tweak it, make it better. That's something that maybe we could consider holistically. The return on the investment is huge, but it's not necessarily something that's in front of us right now.
Statewide contract.
Thank you.
Johnson Controls or something.
Well, I was going to ask the question, does that mean then the IAC may consider participation, or the public school construction program participating in like commissioning or enhanced commissioning? Because right now that's a local cost required for lead,
Right.
fundamental commissioning.
So they currently, and there's new guidelines that are being drafted, that there is not a certification that would be required. So you would be wanting to look at your operating costs for what it does for you. Is it going to be less expensive or not? And you have to decide whether does commissioning give you that positive return on investment as compared to, for instance, putting in metering that gives you real-time data, which is not saying it's going to work. It either is working or it's not working. It's actually a better investment.
It probably is. It's one of those, one of those things that's harder to fund
Right.
locally.
Yeah.
Because it's not as tangible.
Well, along that line, too, the state doesn't participate in maintenance, and Senator Rosebeth has brought up public-private partnership. That to be able for the state to participate in the maintenance the first few years a facility starts up, and in a way that the installing contractor is responsible for all the maintenance in the first 3 years, we would be participating in that. Now you have a motivation of the installing contractor to not have to come back to the job because they are installing it properly. And if you have unit measurement of the utilities, you know whether it's working or not, and come on back down. So it becomes between the installing contractor and design professionals how to work the problem out. And that, I know from experience, is less expensive overall than going through the lead and the commissioning process. The results are real and there or not. That's not in this discussion, but since you asked the question, I thought I would share that. There are other ways to do this, that's for sure. But the state would need to change how it participates in front-end maintenance up to a percentage. And that's something that I should continue to say that Maryland Stadium Authority was able to do on Baltimore City. I believe you're at 2 years, that they are covering the maintenance operation of your electrical mechanical systems, which does give you an advantage. the biggest advantage is if you have a good operating maintenance management system, so that you are putting in the log and logging the work orders as things are broken and keep track whether they actually get fixed or not. Because no matter how you cut it, in the end, whether it's public-private partnership, these extended maintenance, the owner has to be able to manage that you're getting what you pay for.
I guess I will say that many of our private clients do see the value in commissioning because it does identify a lot of problems. I question the value of eliminating that. But I think that's one of the things that I have seen time and time again, where issues have come up through commissioning that have been identified that probably would not have been identified through performance. And without that, I think, I understand that it is not without cost, but I think that it often identifies issues that pop up that wouldn't necessarily be flagged for potentially the lifetime operation of much of the equipment.
The purpose of everything that we're talking about is how to reduce the owner's risk.
Right.
And you can reduce it with contract, or you can reduce it with oversight.
Sure.
Commissioning provides a level of oversight to reduce the risk that what is designed is being put in correctly.
Right.
Okay. I guess if we don't have any other questions, we're good to leave this one as it is and move on to D, capital maintenance expenditures from operating budget. And this was the one about maintenance of effort calculations.
So on 5D, we captured your discussion from the last meeting, where you discussed that in some instances, capital maintenance expenditures from operating budgets are counted in maintenance of effort calculations. Obviously, that is a disincentive for doing maintenance. From your discussion, we captured the 3 recommendations on the far right-hand column. One is to study the education article, COMAR, and other guidance that exists. 2 is to consult with MSDE, the LEAs, and the Attorney General's office. And 3 is to identify capital maintenance expenditures that might be included in the maintenance of effort.
Thank you.
We've made preliminary contact with MSDE to begin this work, but we're still in the early stages. At this time, do you want to make any recommendations or any changes to these recommendations?
I guess that's a question of the work group.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator.
I mean, this basically just is a little piece of the larger maintenance issue that we talked about at some length earlier.
Yeah, the question was about specifically if when a county does exceptional expenditures, whether this is going to count against them.
I understand, but I guess the way I would look at it is D and E are like pieces of the same puzzle.
Yes.
D is just one disincentive. We talked about potentially other incentives, and I think we ought to be thinking about this in an integrated way. What do we want to recommend to incentivize the school systems to maintain these assets?
Yes.
And I'm not sure whether D or E recommendations are the right recommendations.
Well, D is just going to gather data and let you know whether it's a disincentive or not, and then if
But whether it's a disincentive is a metaphysical question. It's not. I mean, I'm not sure how gathering data is going to answer that question.
Well, if they are not investing because it's going to cost them more than they would like to spend in the long run.
So we're going to interview county commissioners all over the state, and then.
Well, no, they're not investing because it's not going to cost them more in the long run. They're not I'm talking about the local governing bodies, the
yes.
county,
Right,
the county
yeah,
commissioners and county council.
Yeah, yeah.
They're not putting more money into their boards of education just in general, because if they do, they can't.
Because I mean,
Have the
it's an effort.
provision where they can't reduce the funding.
I get it. I understand the issue very well.
And oftentimes that money could be used for maintenance. So I think what we probably should do is, I think there should be a completely separate account for even capital projects or maintenance or both, where the school
the school board can go to the local governing body and say, you know what, we have this project, or we have, HVAC, at this middle school, we have, or these other ones, and this is how much money we're going to need this year, and it'll go into this other account. And then the following year, they don't have to fund it at that level. They can actually come back, and it's separate from. It's separate from
Segregated funding is a good idea. I like that.
and it gives them the flexibility to move up or down on that, and without having that commitment to
You know, I
have to
get-
fund
that's a
the
good
same
idea.
amount the
That's a good
next
idea.
year. I don't.
So I apologize, this is a little out of my area of expertise, but I thought our county in the past had said, like, this is a one-time expenditure, like to upgrade IT, this is a one-year insertion of funds, it's not part of the MOE. I
So-
thought they had that ability to
That's
do
the
that.
question.
No, that's.
From our preliminary discussions with MSDE, we understand that they do have capital versus operating expenditures, and that capital expenditures don't count against the maintenance of effort. Where this could be an issue is where you draw that line. It can be muddy. I also understand that there is a waiver process where they can go to the Board of Ed and say this was a one-time expenditure, and if it meets certain criteria.
That has political ramifications.
Yeah, that's
when they do
nutty,
that, too.
yeah.
So where we're at right now is just investigating if this is a problem and to what extent it is a problem. We're really, really in the study stages of this recommendation.
In particular with maintenance, yeah.
Well, you're both right. Their capital is a separate, they don't have to continue to fund capital at maintenance of effort,
Right.
your capital project
It's your operating
requests. But what we're talking about is operating dollars, which isn't a one-time, it's increasing our maintenance budgets. Right.
If we know the answer to this already, we can take this off, because this came up as questions that we didn't know the answer to.
Well, the other funding mechanism is non-recurring, but again, that's a one-time, and I don't think that's what we're talking about. It's not a one-time increase. It's not a one-time pot of money. It's a general increase in maintenance spending.
It's kind of both, yeah.
It's kind of both, so you would actually want it to be maintained, so.
But I thought the counties had the ability to say, here's your maintenance of effort, and here's an extra $200,000 for this project. It's a one-time thing.
Right.
It's not part of the MOE.
But I don't think that's the challenge here. I think we need more than a one-time.
I think we're saying if we don't give them the one-time, then they won't potentially give us either.
Right.
So.
That's why the maintenance of effort thing, I think, is an important issue, but a subset of a larger issue.
Okay, so this issue, the way we had identified it earlier, says that that when capital maintenance expenditures from LEA's operating budgets are counted in maintenance of effort calculations, it disincentivizes capital maintenance, which can diminish the sufficiency of learning space, yada, yada. So what I understand is that it does not compete, and that we can take D off. It's a non-issue.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
I think it's the way that it's worded, because
Okay.
capital maintenance, as I'm understanding it, is our daily maintenance of maintaining our assets.
Okay. So capital,
Capital funding for like a project, yes, is a one-time.
But daily maintenance should be in their operating budget, though.
Yeah.
I think I agree with.
so capital maintenance are systemics.
Okay.
That's capital maintenance. It's maintenance. Maintenance, and that's why we need to use standard definitions. Maintenance is everything in the National Council definitions we shared with you earlier. Maintenance is everything that is required to keep a facility operating as it originally was built, intended to function. So you can't keep operating a facility as it is intended to function without replacing the roof. So that's maintenance. That's a maintenance cost. And then additions are increasing the function to be something else, which,
And those can be either capital or operating.
Right, so I think a roof replacement, I would, again, speaking only for Somerset County, go to the county commissioners and ask for money to replace a roof. And that would be a capital
Yeah.
project that would be a one-time, and that would be outside of their maintenance of effort.
so we have two issues. One is capital maintenance, and if this issue is talking about capital maintenance, then it's a non-issue, because that can occur. The other question is operational maintenance, preventive maintenance.
Right, preventive maintenance is the
That's
big
the big
area.
issue.
Can you get
That's
additional-
recurring, but that's recurring, though. It's not like you're going to have a one-time influx of that.
It is, that's why
Oh,
it's
is it?
a
Okay.
problem.
Okay, all right.
That's why it's a problem, because it's underfunded.
And so on E, we'll talk,
So there are times when you'll need more money, and there's times when you'll need less money when it comes to routine maintenance?
No,
I think we're,
we always need.
I wonder if we're,
Yeah.
when we say capital, again, we don't have common definitions. Some people's, it's the source of funding, whether it's pay-go or bond, and the other is the amount. So for us, the county, if it's over $100,000, it's seen as capital regardless of the source.
really?
In certain aspects, So I think what they're saying is if you want $100,000 to fix a stadium, we want to be able to give that to you, but we don't want you to count on that every year. That's a one-time insertion of an amount that's seen as a capital investment, although it may not be bond funded. And I think the LEA,
Well, they could still do pay-go capital even at the local level. They can still take it out of their operating budget and say this is for capital projects, but
but it doesn't become part of the MOE. I think they already have that ability, so they're not disincentivized to do. Yeah.
Just to make this more complicated, I talked to Rich Madalino, the former holder of Senator Ferguson's position as Vice Chair of Budget and Tax, who is now the Budget Director in Montgomery County. I said, so what have you learned, Rich? He said, they don't define pay-go the same way in Montgomery County that we define it at the state level. He said, like all the words we use, they don't understand them. The words they use, I'm just learning them. So I think this is a total mess in terms of these definitional issues.
So it might be worth leaving in here.
I'm sorry?
So this might be worth leaving in here, just to let the LEAs talk about it, because if it's an issue, then
Okay, we'll
we
keep
should certainly have the discussion.
I don't know what's real. We'll study it.
All
All right, so then to E, where we are talking about preventive maintenance and operations. Cassandra?
So the issue is that maintenance and operations activities that include preventive maintenance and lower the total cost of ownership are reportedly underfunded, and that maintenance funding competes with operational dollars. The recommendation is to require that a certain percentage of formula funding or a new funding source be dedicated to and spent on routine facilities maintenance and operation. To that end, Senator Rosa Pepp introduced Senate Bill 586 this year. You all have this in your material. The bill didn't pass, but it could definitely be a starting point if you want to make your recommendation more specific. The incentive portion of the bill begins on page 4. If you look on page 5 at the top, you'll see B. And B says that the governor has to appropriate to each school system each year the lesser of 3% of their total operating budget or an amount equivalent to their maintenance plant expenditures for the second prior year. Also in your material, you're going to find the fiscal note that was prepared by Department of Legislative Services. On page 4, Exhibit 1 shows the current level of funding for each county. You'll see that Washington County is the only county that currently exceeds that 3% threshold. And if you look at page 6, you'll see the total estimated cost of the incentive or the amount that each LEA would receive. Across the state, it's $267.4 million. Of course, the hope would be that providing this incentive would encourage LEAs to increase their maintenance expenditures to that 3% in order to achieve the greatest possible state match. DLS does note in their fiscal note that there's no requirement to maintain current levels of funding. So potentially an LEA could reduce their amount and use the state share to supplant it, leaving them roughly where they are right now.
Chairman?
Senator.
I might just provide some context of this. I drafted this bill simply coming out of our discussions last year to sort of require a fiscal note to be written and to require a little bit of conversation about it. So on one hand, I wouldn't take it all that seriously. On the other hand, this goes back to Dick's point earlier. If you look at the chart, either Washington County look at Washington County compared to Worcester. Either Washington County is being grossly wasteful, or it's being incredibly thoughtful and pragmatic, and Worcester County may be perfect, or they may be terrible, because we don't know how they're spending the money, whether they're spending a lot of money because they didn't keep the stuff up, and they aren't being energy efficient, or they're not spending money because they're saving so much money. So clearly, this calculation is not the right one to drive an incentive.
Salt water's good for their facilities. You don't know.
Exactly. Who the hell knows what it is, what's going on? And we also talked about earlier, there's a little bit of garbage in, garbage out here, so we don't know exactly how good these numbers are anyway. But a thought occurred to me after this is, I'm wondering if we took your 2% plus 2%, whatever that means, but it's your total cost of ownership minus your construction cost.
Right.
and calculated that number for the inventory of schools in a jurisdiction.
They're against their total square footage, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that number should generate a number that, from national averages, is more or less, and this includes old buildings too, which is
Yeah.
important.
You'd have some new, some old, right?
If some people- So this is ballpark from national average, what should be spent. Does that make sense so far? That then would generate a number for each LEA that could be updated annually based on new buildings. And there are a couple different policy responses. One is, we could write into law, that number is the number in the operating budget of the school system for every year that should be going to this. We can just say it. Because it's a real number based on real credible estimates. Or we could come up with some state incentive that says, you know, if you want to let your buildings run down, we're going to penalize you, or if you want to make it more efficient, we can have an incentive, or we just make it the rule. The rule is you should be spending 4% of the value of your inventory on operations and maintenance, period, end of story. If you spend less, you get to keep the money.
And if they were to keep the money, what would they get to do with it?
Yeah, you can't do that. That was totally wrong. That was a stupid thing to say. You don't want to say they can keep the money.
Well, that's a good incentive, though.
No, you're right. No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. I think the easy way is just say you got to do it. I mean, I'll throw that up against the wall at least.
Could they pay bonuses to teachers?
Yeah, they can pay bonuses. Yeah, but the problem is, if you look at it on a year-to-year basis, it's an incentive to drive down that spending and spend more in the long run.
Right.
You don't want to do that. So I throw that out for people to think about.
Well, if they,
Are we talking about just systemic maintenance here?
No.
You're talking about all maintenance?
so, yes, which would include, at 4%, we'd be talking about systemic as well. So that would be
Yeah, I'm not-
capital maintenance.
Yes, I'm not sure why we're forcing something on the LEAs. If one of your big things is let the LEAs do it, let the
That's one of my
LEAs
big
do
things.
it.
My other big thing is they got to maintain their buildings, and they're not.
But I understand, but I think that the state, if the state's not paying to maintain their buildings, so the state, if we're doing this with respect to systemic, I can understand it. I'm not sure that you're needed to do it on your standard maintenance.
Well, here's the problem. We are giving them the money to do it. In some cases, present company accepted, they're not spending it on that. That's the issue, it is more attractive internally in the internal politics of school systems quite often to put off particularly preventive maintenance.
But
And that's not
the
good.
state is funding that?
Yes, but not in a categorical way.
We give all money to schools as a grant.
Right.
That is one big grant.
So it's just part of your standard operating budget?
Yeah. So we say, you can either keep up your school so there's not water coming in from the ceiling, or you can give your counselors a raise.
Did we present what Arkansas did?
Yes, you did at the last meeting.
Yeah, I just want to.
And they do a percentage.
Of the total operating.
Of the total operating,
Yeah.
7%.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I based this off, as I was thinking about, to try to make, but I don't think a percentage of the operating budget is the right number. I think the number should be based on the maintenance of the facilities you have.
Can I suggest that we pin this, because I think this is a Kerwin conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and then not necessarily capital operating IEC. Maybe IEC ends up being the validator of it, but I think it
Yeah.
would be a formula issue.
No, I agree with that 100%.
We'll go and do the calculations.
Yeah,
and bring it back.
and get people's thoughts about it. I just want to get people's input.
Daniel, you still want to leave that other one in there? If they're going to have
Okay.
if Kerwin's having that discussion or similar discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Delegate Christ was saying is, and forgive me because I was kind of jumping ahead, what I was getting at was exactly what Senator Rosapep proposed. So I think it's great, but I don't think that capital, I think D can be struck, with the consensus of the group, because I don't think that is accurate. I don't want to speak for every county, but I think capital expenditures typically can and are a one-time
We're looking at
thing.
incentives to increase spending and from the local governments in the operating budget through maintenance of effort and have it geared toward maintenance. That's what the next item did in Senator Rosapep's this section and in his bill. And if Kerwin is looking to do something in those regards, it'll sort of take care of that. In a better way, probably.
Yeah, I mean, just like everything else, I think it's easier for us to get money for when a roof needs to be replaced for people that's tangible. But again, trying to
You want-
take
Right.
money from teacher raises to
Right.
put in preventative maintenance.
want new money earmarked for
There's no incentive
maintenance,
for
yeah.
that, other than us raising our hands saying
That's
this
right.
is a good idea, and it's a good idea statewide, which is, I think, the entire point of the Spec Workgroup.
And one of the political aspects, I think, and Delegate Chang and Senator Ferguson, please disagree with me if you think I'm wrong. In the grand scheme of all the money and all the controversy over the Kerwin stuff that we're going to have, this will be a rounding error. And so if we come up with a good proposal that people we can buy into, I think it's a good vehicle to try to.
Okay. So we'll run the calculations, just so you know what
Right,
the
that'd be
magnitude
perfect.
is.
Perfect.
There'll be new money coming, Danielle.
No, we're not. The money's there in the economy, it's just how much we're taking away from the citizens, as my friends would say.
Well, very good. Now, the one thing that we had talked about that were portables, Chris had brought that up earlier. I think that portables are addressed indirectly in a number of ways. They are addressed in the assessment as a piece of equipment that has a life of 15 years. And anything that's over its life of 15 years starts to become degraded as against the school as a sufficient educational space. So it will cause the more portables that are old, and we have a number of portables that are over 30 years in the state.
That's why we're smiling.
And we have some counties that have an unusually high percentage of portables. So those facilities that have those portables will be recognized as a total facility condition is degraded, because of that. So on going forward on the assessment side of educational sufficiency, they'll be recognized, as a way to deal with it. As far as the use of portables going forward, I think that should be part of the total cost of ownership calculation in the design. And I think that one of the, and I think I shared earlier, the National Center for Education Statistics, they're actually slightly favored over bricks and mortar because they operate more efficiently, more comfortably for teachers and students than do bricks and mortar. Shame on us. What did we do wrong? Those buildings that were commissioned still not operating right, or whatever the issues are, that they're cold or they're too hot in a building. In a portable, they change the thermostat. And they don't hear people walking down the hall. They open their window when they want fresh air.
Why don't we move all portable?
Well, I think that the point I'm trying to make is that maybe we need to have portables that don't look bad, or when we're designing facilities, we plan for that. So if there's a possibility, and we're watching very carefully that there might be with our GIS system that's watching migration, that we say, hey, we're probably going to need a new school over here, but in the meantime, where are we going to put those kids, that we plan that. And either with portables or put on a metal building onto the side, you can put it up and then take it back down.
Yep.
Later on, there's a number of ways to handle it, but it should be based on information and planned for.
Agreed.
Instead of something that you react to. So I think we got the pieces in place to be able to manage the portable problem.
And architecturally, make it look like part of the building
Yeah,
rather than just
that's
like a
and-
trailer, yeah.
Right, then it's something just pulled up on wheels.
They're expensive. A portable is easily half the cost of bricks and mortar, and they don't last nearly half the expected life. So they're expensive.
But they add flexibility, though, they give you that.
That's it. And can we manage that flexibility in different ways? I think we can.
And they're okay as long as it doesn't tax their core facilities in the school.
That's right, that's important. Yeah, your bathrooms, your cafeterias, your other core facilities.
I mean, the biggest problem I've ever had with them is that you have to send kids outside to get to them. That's to me is huge. That, especially if they're elementary school kids. You're sending them outside across, maybe even if it's a covered walkway, but it's still disconnected in the wintertime to go to
It's a safety issue.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you have to show me that information of them being actually a safety issue. I'll have to challenge you
In
on
high
that.
school, kids disappear when they
Oh,
off.
yeah.
I can tell you that right away. They get outside,
They disappear
gone.
out of bricks and mortar schools.
Well, don't do that, but it's a
And
lot
then the
easier
kids
when
get
you
out of the
don't
car
go
and walk
outside.
into the school,
Uh-huh.
you know, so it's not like kids can't walk outside. I mean, I understand the arguments. I'm not trying to be crass. I'm just saying we have to always challenge
I
ourselves.
walked 2 miles through the snow. to
You
my
did.
place.
See? To a portable, probably.
Against the wind.
But if I might, Mr. Chairman, a slightly more serious note. To me, the problem with portables, at least in my limited experience, is they communicate a message of incompetence. That somehow, we didn't build the school building big enough the first time. We don't have a plan to deal with the problem. And it's a serious public confidence argument, I think. And I don't disagree with you that being able to control the weather in there is a good thing, and I don't disagree that kids ought to be able to- I'm less concerned about the walk outside issue, frankly. But my impression is, okay, maybe very limited, I don't think the school systems plan very well on this stuff. Because it's part of the whole problem. We're so backed up in terms of school construction because we've been spending so much per kid for new buildings that new projects keep getting pushed off, which keeps portables there for 30 years. It's kind of a strategic issue as much as it is a sort of technical issue with the
I
buildings.
think we plan a little bit better than that. I mean, when we have an overcrowded school, we look at redistricting, then we look at portables, and then we would look at an addition. And sometimes the portables are there because your third grade class, it happens to be a blip, and then you take them away. We did that at Broadneck High School. We had 5 out there, they went away. Guess what, 20 years later, the community changes over again, all the elderly people moved out, kids moved in, putting a couple of them back now.
But that's kind of my point, is that it
But it was better than building an addition onto the building.
But that's also something you can plan for. In Baltimore City, if they like the new principal, and everybody from the other side of town decides they like that principal, they're gonna show up at that door and she won't know they're coming.
And I can't turn away.
Nope.
I'd say 2 things. One, in answer to your description, it seems to me the answer to that is to build the new buildings in a way that it is easy to bolt on and bolt off expansions instead of doing traditional temporaries. I think that's the solution to the problem you're describing there. I'm sure this is not true any place in Anne Arundel County, because I literally have never seen it in Anne Arundel County, so it may not be true. It's certainly true in Prince George's County, is we have schools that have 15, 20, 30-year temporaries. And they have them because of all the dysfunction in the school construction program that the Knott Commission was about, is that the integration of having to grow schools and shrink schools is not integrated into our system for how we do school construction. I just gotta hammer that till the cows come home. That's the real portable problem in my mind, is we don't have a good strategy for growing buildings and shrinking buildings as we should. And portables is what we've done for the past, 100 years, whatever it is. You weren't around that long, but
Yeah, I think probably the last 60 years, though.
it's not a great strategy, and I think we need to think about doing better. That's a prayer.
Portables that were put up when I went to my elementary school are still there.
They're still there?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's on the senator's point.
Right.
But if you don't have money to do anything differently about it, then you can't do anything about it. You know,
Music and things like
systemics, the amount that we participated in systemics is just continually to grow. So number of projects, it's mostly systemics now. So if we want it strategically, we know that may not be the best way to be dealing with this. We may be putting more roof over underutilized facilities than we need to be. So how can we build the right schools that are operating more efficiently in the right places? If you don't have the money, you can't get there, you know, so
by saving money, we have more money. Penny saved
That's
is a
exactly
penny
it. This is a long game, how we get there. It's got to be we have to look at this portfolio-wise, but with incentives that are built in right now that'll get us there.
Amen.
We don't have to kick the can anymore. Well, I guess we've covered everything today, and we'll try to get these into notes, get them out to you, so that you can review them for the next meeting. And then at the next meeting, we'll plan for the meeting afterwards, it sounds like, to see how that goes.
I think the meeting afterwards is a celebratory lunch.
Well, I hope. We eventually have to write a report. We have to put these recommendations, bring them over. I was asked at the beginning of this meeting, what is it that the funding work group that will be sending some of these recommendations does? We pass this out so that you can see that. And
So they were nicer?
no, I don't think so.
Well, I know Corman's on it, so they might, somebody.
Oh, the assessment is still on.
That's dangerous.
Still in bed.
Sure.
People say, oh, I don't
Yeah. But we can still move forward. We can't do the second bullet, but the third bullet, we've been doing this. Consider providing funding incentives for local jurisdictions. We've done a lot of work with that, so we'll be able to provide a good list. Consider how relative facility condition within the facility sufficiency standard should be prioritized. But that one is, without the assessment, it's going to be hard, and so is the second bullet. We can begin to move, I think, the discussion that way. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Will we adjourn?
I guess we're adjourned.
Thank you.